Egun on guztioi, buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Spain. Welcome to San Sebastian, to Donosti San Sebastian. And welcome to the event on school meals with the title Guaranteeing a Healthy Nutrition for All Children in the European Union, organized by the High Commission for Child Poverty within the framework of the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the European Union. We welcome all the authorities from San Sebastian that are with us to us, and it's our hosting city. We have with us the second Deputy Mayor, Marisol Garmendia, and welcome to the High Commissioner Against Child Poverty, Ernesto Gasco, the host of the meeting. And welcome also to representatives from the European Commission, members of the European Parliament, the House of Representatives of the United States, the General Director for Rights of Children and Adolescents, representatives from the member states, regional and local governments, researchers, and representatives from social organizations. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Miramar Palace, and welcome to those connected via streaming. Before starting the event, the second Deputy Mayor and the Councillor for the Environment or Ecology, Marisol Garmendia, will welcome us on behalf of the city.
Egunon guztioi eta ongi etorriak.
These words are in Basque. Welcome to the city of San Sebastian, Donostia San Sebastian, your city. I would like to thank the High Commissioner Against Child Poverty, Ernesto Gasco, for having chosen his city to hold this very important event for all of us. And I'll try to explain why. As well as being a beautiful city that I'm sure you've been able to enjoy, and I hope that you'll be able to continue to enjoy it during your stay here. We are a city that's the capital of Spanish, European, and I think world gastronomy. For us, gastronomy, food, is culture, it's health, and it's a matter of enjoyment and satisfaction. And thanks to the High Commission Against Poverty, we're a city that is aware of how important it is for our children, for infancy, to educate them in healthy habits with regard to food. And the San Sebastian City Council has a pioneer program that's called Pausu in Basque, Step by Step, which has the aim of acting in an integral way against child obesity and against non-healthy eating habits, where 50 families participate, thanks to the collaboration of Osakidecha, the health system, the Department for Public Health of the Basque government, and we have 50-some families participating in this program that together with the children and the schools has the aim of teaching them healthy eating habits, health through sport, and also mental health, which is one of the areas that is intimately related to feeding, to mental health and physical health of our children. And thanks to the High Commission Against Poverty, we have a pilot program, a school playground program to make them healthy and inclusive. And I think that working together with the school community, the families and the public institutions, in this case the San Sebastian City Council, means that the measures we take will be more integral and will jointly cover the challenge. We're not going to talk about problems, but the challenge of healthy food and education in values too. Happy boys and girls will be boys and girls that are well educated, that have healthy nutrition, that practice sport, that enjoy culture. And in this sense, San Sebastian is proud to be the venue for this meeting on school meals, and to set the stage for discussions, to listen to different opinions, and to that political declaration that I'm sure will be signed this afternoon. So once again, I would like to thank the High Commission Against Poverty and all of you. I wish you a fruitful meeting, and I'm sure that that San Sebastian declaration will be an important step forward, so that our boys and girls will also know that they have a right to healthy food, to a healthy life, and to a more healthy society too. Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. Thank you very much, Second Deputy Mayor of San Sebastian, Marisol Garmendia. Thank you very much for explaining the work that is being done by the City Council around organisation and eating habits. And we'll open with Mr. Ernesto Gasco, the High Commissioner Against Child Poverty and the organiser of this event. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank my friend, the Deputy Mayor of the City of San Sebastian, Marisol Garmendia, for her welcome. She's made it possible for people from all over the world to come here to San Sebastian from different countries and continents to focus the attention of the Spanish European Presidency, our government and our country, around children, around education, and around healthy food, so that children, from the time they're born, from the time they're breastfed, to be able to feel connected in a healthy and reasonable way to face the challenges of the future. Today, I would like to have the outgoing Minister of Health, the Secretary of State for Education, who I think is going to continue, my friend José Manuel Bard, or Nacho Alvarez, better known these days, the Secretary of State for Social Affairs, because they were also going to join us. But today is a day full of news, and it's coincided in Spain with a change in government, with new people that are joining the government, and I would especially like to congratulate them, and also those that are leaving, good friends in many cases who have collaborated with all of us. But I would like to mention this because I would like to point out that for a High Commission Against Child Poverty, there has been a relevant fact in this new government. For the first time in the history of Spain, there's going to be a specific ministry for youth and children. And this is a great achievement for us. It's an achievement for this High Commissioner, who's repeatedly requested it. And I'm convinced, as we've done with the Minister for Social Affairs and other ministries, that we will continue to work shoulder to shoulder to tackle those challenges that children still face in Spain with the new minister. So I would like to welcome her, and I can't accompany her today as to take her position because I'm much better with you here in San Sebastian, quite honestly, talking about subjects that I'm very fond of. But I think we cannot start by talking about children without solidarity, and we have to show solidarity today to all children that suffer in the world, that suffer any war conflict wherever they may be. And obviously with the children that were murdered by Hamas in Israel, but also the children that in Gaza are suffering a situation of injustice that they do not deserve. The images of babies in incubators that have just reached El Cairo and others that haven't been able to get there must make all good-hearted people that want peace and peaceful coexistence to ask, as the UN is doing, ask for a moratorium that will make it possible to save as many lives as possible of these children. So a round of applause for all of them. And now I'd like to start my intervention as planned and that my team has prepared for me by highlighting the protagonism of children and particularly the situation of vulnerability through the indication of the President of the government we have been working on during the Spanish Presidency, during the Council of the Union. Among the various actions carried out, I'd like to highlight some of them. For example, the meeting on child participation, something that's extremely important in our country and something that's new. The conference on minimum income and social inclusion policies that is essential to better distribute public resources. The high-level meeting on child obesity held in Palma de Mallorca, and some colleagues were there. And I also participated as a speaker, and also in the meeting of national coordinators to guarantee for the European child guarantee, and we coincided with some of you in Valencia, and now at this event in San Sebastian, my city, as you said, Marisol, and Donostia. We couldn't let this year go by without San Sebastian with its declaration that we will prepare together with the 27 countries of the EU participating in this afternoon's meeting. We will prepare this declaration on the importance of healthy meals for the close to 20 million children under 18 years of age that in the European Union are in a situation of vulnerability or poverty. 18 million in the European Union without looking at other continents. And I would have liked to receive you in our city with a sunny day like it was on Sunday. Those that went to Chillida Leku had to put up with a day when it was raining cats and dogs. But I hope we'll be able to make up for it. As I said earlier, as the High Commissioner, holding an event in the European Union on school meals was an opportunity, I would say an indispensable opportunity, and that's why with my team we've been working on it since spring, because few policies have such a big impact on the well-being of children. School meals satisfy very different types of needs. The first of them is, without a doubt, healthy nutrition, which is basic for child development, but the effects of which go much further than the nutrition, as we saw at the World Conference organized by President Macron. Evidence shows that easy and affordable access to quality school meals that offer healthy, delicious and nutritional food for children in situations of poverty, and that are also safe and pleasant spaces and that do not stigmatize those that use them, not only improve the nutritional status of those children, as I said earlier, but also reduced lack of food safety, and also contribute to developing good eating habits, because children have the opportunity of consuming a great variety of food and types of food, and learning what each taste means. And they also learn from the cultural and gastronomic perspective. And these school meals contribute to social inclusion. That for us is very important, because they reduce poverty by relieving the economic pressure of the families or parents. It's not the only positive impact for homes that have children. They also favor family balance and facilitate the domestic tasks of those families, which unfortunately in an immense number of cases in our society still fall on the shoulders of women, the mothers. So therefore these measures also have a positive impact on gender equality that we all wish to attain. This means to access to school meals is also associated to a greater labour inclusion of women, which results once again in something that's very positive to reduce child poverty. As you know, in Spain currently, with the child benefits that the government has multiplied by 2 during the last legislature, 80% of the recipients of this aid are single parent mothers with children. So it's a way of significantly reducing this gap. And the benefits don't end here. Access to school meals improves the performance of children, and they obtain better education results and reduce school dropouts. This is very important for the protagonists, for the children themselves, but also very important for a country, because a country that takes care of the health, the intelligence, the access to school and the knowledge of children is also a more intelligent country that supports talent and makes it possible for society in general to move forward. And finally, but not less important, when school meals use seasonal products, what here we call local products or 0-kilometer products. Marisol Garmendia is also developing policies in this area and forms part of the network of European cities led by Milan to reduce waste and improve food for children. And this is a useful tool to protect the environment, which is fundamental today in the fight against climate change, another challenge for our society. And this morning, with expert panelists or speakers, we're going to be able to learn, and we're also going to hear about how positive impacts can be made on the well-being of children and families if we can establish policies for school meals to make the maximum of its potential in all schools and in all areas. We will also listen to the 2 protagonists, the children. We want the children to actively participate, giving us their opinion and their knowledge, because it's the way of getting the policies to be really effective if we include the protagonists. And finally, I would like to thank everyone that have joined us today, both in San Sebastian and through the online streaming connection, where there are many countries connected from our continent and from others. And our aim is for this event to be an opportunity as usual to hold a dialogue, to share ideas, to share best practices, and to strengthen the collaboration between the various actors that have the competencies. I would especially like to thank the representatives of the member states of the European Union, some of which are here, and some have come from Cyprus and have had 3 or 4 stopovers to get to San Sebastian. So thank you very much for making that effort to join us here. But we need to reflect and move forward as the Europeans we are, as the advanced societies we are, with a committed and safe policy to make school meals a reality in all countries in Europe, so that all children under 18 years in Europe will have a healthy meal guaranteed every day. This is a challenge we can attain, and we've been talking to Belgium, that will be the next country that's going to preside the Union. We will continue to move forward to make this a reality and a commitment for all of us. So, as I said, it's a matter of developing more effective strategies. It's a matter of making these school meals universal. It's a matter of providing an education that is closer, safer and more advanced. But above all, it's a matter of building a better world where children will have a guaranteed future and where they will be able to be what they want to be when they grow up. Welcome to San Sebastian, welcome to my city, and I hope that apart from learning, you will enjoy this incomparable venue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ernesto. Thank you very much, High Commissioner, for your opening speech, for the goals you've set us, and for the targets, which are very clarifying. And now, Jiri Svarch would say a few words, representing the General Directorate for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion from the European Commission, a key directorate for the rights of children and responsible for the European Child Guarantee, which is the roadmap to break the circle of child poverty in the European Union in this decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for a kind welcome. High Commissioner, big thanks for bringing us here. It's a beautiful opportunity to meet like-minded people and to work in the same direction. Big thanks also for the Spanish Presidency for putting so much focus on the social policy issues, making sure that we do not forget the most vulnerable and we leave nobody behind, because nowadays we are facing and will be facing many different transitions, reforms, changes, be it digital, green, artificial intelligence, and this all speeds up the also societal changes. And there is, in every change, there is always a group of people that might be left behind, including children, and it is very important that we put our emphasis to make sure that this does not happen, and we take care of all in our policies. Over the summer, our statistical department, Eurostat, has published new estimates of poverty in Europe covering last year. And what we noted was that the children at risk of poverty, the number slightly increased. This is something that we are not content with, although some may say that given the COVID pandemic, given the rises in energy prices and inflation overall, this can be considered a success that we managed to contain the poverty levels. But this is something that we are not content with at the EU level, and that is why we are coming up with more and stronger initiatives to address these issues. Last year, or in the last couple of years, we have implemented a number of initiatives. You've mentioned some of them here. For example, the minimum income, which is not only about provided income to people or vulnerable families, but also about providing them with services and activation, both in terms of participation in society and the labor market. We have launched recently, time flies, platform for combating homelessness that is also looking at the homelessness of children and many others. Overall, you have mentioned this, the High Commissioner, we have still 1 in 4 children living at risk of poverty or social exclusion in Europe. And this is a really number that is making us worry, and in order to progress there, I wanted also to go back a bit in the history of what happened in the European Union, because some of the initiatives are very much valid today. About 10 years ago, we have put forward a Commission recommendation which is called "Investing in Children: Breaking the Cycle of Disadvantage." And this encompasses our policy at the EU level, how we can help the most vulnerable children. Unfortunately, I would say this is still very much valid now after 10 years. We still face the same structural problems. And this really calls for an action on all fronts. In 2017, there was a broad agreement at the EU level with member states, European Parliament, social partners, civil society on the European Pillar of Social Rights. And this is an overall policy that guides us for making sure that we implement what we call the social Europe. And one of its principles is focusing on children, on childcare and support to children, and states that we should indeed provide particular support for the most disadvantaged children. We also have agreed in the Porto Social Summit a few years ago the Pillar Action Plan with many initiatives. I invite you to look at the Pillar webpage, because there is more than 100 different initiatives at the EU level, and we have intensively worked over the last few years to make sure that they are implemented well. And one of the targets that was agreed in the Porto Social Summit was to lift at least 5 million children in Europe out of poverty or social exclusion. So this is something that is our common objective with the member states, and we will certainly support its implementation by all means. Now, with this all in mind, we felt that we need to do something really more specific for children, have an initiative that would really make a difference on the ground. And this is why we have proposed what is now well known as European Child Guarantee. I understand some of you might not be fully familiar what that means. It is a Council recommendation that addresses the member states and asks member states to focus on 6 very specific services and ensure that the children that are at risk of poverty have a free access to these services. As simple as that. These services are early childhood education and care, education and school-based activities. School-based activities is something very important for social inclusion, because we have noted that still vulnerable children have difficulties in accessing activities like paid school trips, extracurricular leisure activities where their friends can participate, but they cannot for financial reasons, and this is really an important barrier for inclusion. The recommendation also talks about free access to healthcare. There are still barriers in Europe for meeting the health needs of children in poverty. And it also talks about effective access to housing and nutrition, which is a challenge on its own. And last but not least, it specifically focuses on school meals. This is one of the very specific activities of the, very specific fields of the recommendation that is flagged as something that you explained it very well, Commissioner, as something that is not only about simple nutrition and feeding, but it is about inclusion of the vulnerable children in the society, being able to spend time with the peers, having all the possibilities to learn in a sort of education conducive way. In order to implement this, we have put forward the network of coordinators in each member state. We have action plans that have been put forward by all but 2 countries. We're still missing a couple of them, but we understand that the work is ongoing there. I'm very happy that we have a specific event that focuses on school meals, because this is in many ways a trigger for other social inclusion actions in schools. This provides the children that are in difficulties to ensure their school meals. This provides them with the opportunity to participate and be well prepared for the education per se. Still, about 22% of children go to the school without breakfast. This is very different in different member states, around 7% in Portugal, or to 36% in a country like Austria. And this is something that can prevent children from being able to learn effectively. I mean, we are all aware, and we will probably hear this very well in the afternoon sessions, that lack of access to healthy nutrition can heavily impair the children's health and also overall well-being, and even short-term deprivations can have more lasting effect in terms of development, learning deficits, lower school achievements, etc. We also have learned a lot during the COVID pandemic, when schools were closed, that for many children, the school meals were actually the only real nutritious meal a day they were getting, and suddenly they were not able to take part. So that has proven the validity and the importance of the scheme. Now we are facing increasing prices of food. We will also hear about that later. Overall inflation, and there is a lot of pressure on vulnerable families to ensure healthy nutrition. We have about 1/4 or 25% of the children in poverty who cannot easily have access to meat, fish, or vegetarian equivalent, which is 10 times higher than for the overall population of children. So if you're a poor child, you have you are 10 times more likely to suffer from lack of access to this protein-rich food. So this, the coming back to the child guarantee, this is something that is not easy to implement, as we have been discussing with coordinators and as we have seen in the action plans. What is its additional value added is it's not only trigger to more actions, because these 6 services that I mentioned, that's definitely not exhaustive. That should be provided for children in need. But it also triggers, it brings together different authorities from different policy fields, both horizontally and vertically. We have seen in a number of countries that ministries of education, health, and social affairs were getting together to implement the child guarantee, talking to regional authorities, talking to local school networks. And this is something that we really appreciate a lot, because at the end of the day, for the children, what matters is whether they will get the services they need. They are not particularly interested where it comes from, and this is something that we value a lot. That the spirit of cooperation to fight the child poverty and to help children is also taking shape. In terms of child guarantee, we're really happy that there is a lot of progress made. We will hear this also in the sessions later with various country examples of what has been put in place. Overall, we would really like to ensure, and this is what I understood this symbol means, the green circle is a circle of disadvantage and poverty that should be broken. So I hope that with the child guarantee and actions that we are taking, not only at the EU level, but jointly with you, with the member states, with the civil society, will help to achieve that. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the event.
Thank you, Mr. Schwarz, for your words. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
Well, thank you very much for being here today. And now, to close this round of presentations, we'll be listening to the words of the Deputy President and Minister from the French-speaking community in Belgium, Frédéric Dardin. And as Mr. Gascoigne has pointed out, Belgium will hold the upcoming presidency of the European Community as from the month of January. So he will be speaking through a screen.
Tout d'abord, je remercie les autorités espagnoles, la communauté autonome du Pays Basque et la mairie de San Sébastien pour cette invitation. Comme vous le savez, et de nombreuses enquêtes le montrent, il y a un accroissement de la pauvreté au sein de l'Union européenne et la Belgique n'est évidemment pas épargnée. En Belgique, 24% des parents éprouvent des difficultés à nourrir leurs enfants et entre 10 et 20% des enfants n'ont pas pris de petit déjeuner avant d'arriver à l'école. Cette situation a évidemment des répercussions au niveau scolaire, car les enfants qui n'ont pas accès à une alimentation suffisante et saine n'ont pas l'énergie nécessaire pour se concentrer pendant les heures de cours. C'est pour cette raison que depuis 2018, nous avons lancé en Fédération Wallonie-Bruxelles des initiatives qui visent à mettre en place un service de repas gratuit et sain dans les écoles. Ces initiatives ayant montré leur pertinence et après différentes évaluations, nous avons décidé de les perpétuer au travers de la mise en place d'un décret, d'une législation. Ce décret s'adresse aux écoles maternelles et primaires francophones de Belgique. Cela concerne donc les enfants ayant entre 3 et 12 ans dans les écoles ayant un indice socio-économique parmi les plus faibles. Il est prévu que le financement sera octroyé pour une période de 5 ans renouvelable aux écoles qui bénéficieront d'un montant de 3,7 € par repas complet. Par ailleurs, le projet de décret prévoit que les écoles pourront valoriser, à concurrence de 40 € par enfant, des achats de matériel ou de dépenses de personnel rendus nécessaires par la mise en place du dispositif. Les écoles devront, quant à elles, s'engager à respecter certaines orientations dans l'organisation des repas complets, comme promouvoir une alimentation saine, locale, équilibrée, en ayant recours à un maximum de produits issus de l'agriculture biologique. Proposer au minimum plusieurs alternatives végétariennes par semaine. Encourager le recours à l'eau comme seule boisson. Encourager la découverte de saveurs variées, la consommation de fruits et légumes frais et de saison. Diminuer la quantité de protéines animales en faveur de plus de légumes et de protéines végétales. Éviter évidemment le gaspillage alimentaire et réduire la production de déchets. Autre élément important, les écoles concernées ne pourront pas réclamer de droits de garderie aux parents au sein de l'école. Les écoles pourront prendre en charge la préparation des repas complets au sein de leur structure et pourront faire appel à des services externes dans le respect des conditions du présent décret. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, les grandes idées de cette législation qui a été votée au Parlement de la Fédération Wallonie-Bruxelles en octobre dernier. Il y a pour le moment plus de 400 écoles participantes et cela concerne potentiellement près de 32 000 élèves pour un budget total de plus de 21 millions d'euros par an. Ce texte de loi que je vous ai présenté brièvement s'inscrit complètement dans le cadre de la garantie enfance qui demande aux pays de l'Union européenne que chaque enfant puisse bénéficier d'un repas sain et complet par jour. Il est fondamental que nos enfants puissent avoir accès à un repas sain et complet. C'est une question d'éducation, de santé publique, de justice sociale. J'espère que vous pourrez dégager des pistes d'action permettant de mettre en place des initiatives dans les différents pays de l'Union européenne en vue d'améliorer l'alimentation de nos enfants. Nous devons enrayer le fléau de la pauvreté infantile. Merci pour votre attention et je vous souhaite un très bon colloque.
Bueno, pues vamos avanzando.
Well, okay, we are making progress and we're doing this little by little. Many, many thanks to the Deputy President for his words. Welcome. So we have opened this event and now we're kicking off. We're going to be talking about the challenges so that children can access healthy food. And we're going to approach this from an intersectoral perspective. So the first presentation is going to take place online, and we have Cesar Luena and Alicia Holmes, who are members of the European Parliament, and they address issues that have to do with health safety and children. So they are listening to me. Please try to be brief because we are running somewhat late. I'm afraid that we're running out of minutes. So please try to be as brief as possible. Good morning. Good morning from San Sebastian. Well, good morning. I will speak first and then my colleague Alicia Oms will speak because we are waiting very patiently because it was worthwhile for us to wait to participate on this panel. Many thanks to the organisers and in particular many thanks to the High Commissioner. And this has already been explained in the different interventions in the opening session that as the European child guarantee has to exist because there are still children in the EU that do not have the rights they are supposed to have, and basically they do not have the right kind of food to achieve sustainable development. So we have a problem here, and 1 out of every 5 children lives at homes at risk of social exclusion, 1 out of every 5, which means in a nutshell that they do not have enough income to be able to buy food, which is happening now in the EU. And well, after this figure, after this number, there is a reality. In 2018, the European Pediatricians Association said that food insecurity was increasing, or has increased since the crisis of 2008. And this association also pointed out that in those households with children under 15, 18% of them showed signs of food insecurity that was either moderate or severe. And this is something that happens in several European countries, and it shows that this is a phenomenon that we have to give the importance it deserves, because only one child that is hungry is intolerable. So this is why this seminar is very pertinent. And here in the European Parliament, the members of Parliament, many of us that work transversally in this issue, like Alicia and myself, are very aware of this problem. And it was a short time ago, on July the 14th, when a resolution was passed on food residency that dealt with this subject, and the Environmental Commission, I'm the Deputy Chair, made a very significant contribution. And the resolution underscored that one of the most vulnerable groups of children in terms of food insecurity, and they recognized the importance of school programs that you've already spoken about when the time comes to guaranteeing that the most vulnerable children do have access to what they deserve, which is the right to be fed properly. And this is fundamental. So this is why at Parliament we want the boys and girls, the children, to have food that is not only enough, but it wanted to be healthy. And the Commission is going to have to take into account these claims from the European Parliament, as well as the recommendations of this report, in the future legislation that is to address food safety. And this is something that we're going to demand, and we will keep an open eye on this. We socialists have fought a lot through the child guarantees, and this is a proposal that you all know, and its objective is to guarantee the public services that are required to avoid the social exclusion of boys and girls, with a priority focused on healthy kind of food and sufficient food. This is the starting point, and it's a good starting point because it includes guidelines, and it includes mandates for the member states. So I think that what we should do is use this measure as a basis. It should be the reference so that we can build all the policies that are yet to be built in this area. So this proposal now, Alicia is going to be talking about this. Alicia Oms, who is also the Deputy Chair of the Committee for Employment and Social Affairs at the European Parliament. Right, so as a conclusion, the European institutions can or should make an effort to guarantee the food safety and sufficient and healthy food for boys and girls. And for instance, by coordinating, by holding a dialogue with the member states, so that they can be much more ambitious as regards implementing public policies like school meals. And in the area of the European context, we have to implement social policies that support the initiatives like that very relevant child guarantee. So here we will be in what is left of our term. It's 6 or 7 months to ask the European Commission to carry out the recommendations of the Parliament, and this is going to be one of the priorities. So congratulations to the Spanish Presidency and to the Town Council in San Sebastian, and in particular my friend Ernesto, the High Commissioner, because apart from working on these policies, it's also important to discuss them at an event like the one you're holding in San Sebastian, that we are contributing towards from the headquarters of European sovereignty in Strasbourg, and we're very, very grateful, both Alicia and myself, and that's all. Thank you. That's all from me. Okay, if it's your turn now to speak. Okay, directly. Well, I'm sorry, it's the problem of live broadcasts. Well, I wanted to start off by greeting the Deputy Mayor of the Town Council, and also hello to the High Commissioner and to all the participants in this seminar. I think that the problem of food insecurity of teenagers or children at school is one of the major concerns of the Commission for Employment and Social Affairs. I'm the Deputy Chair of that committee, and it's clear because studies show that the lack of access to suitable food and to affordable food at schools produces structural problems for the boys and girls, and also for their homes and for the schools and for society as a whole. Because families with less resources are those that are specifically vulnerable to inflation, to the increase in the cost of life, and to the variability of energy prices, especially when access to food depends on supply chains with high content of carbon. Schools were facing the same problems as regards food supplies, and of course the boys and girls and teenagers are the first that are affected by these school meal policies that are non-existent in some cases, especially in the case of those that are more vulnerable economically speaking, or the boys and girls that have some kind of disability, and we cannot forget those children. And today, and in the plenary session of the European Parliament, we're going to approve a resolution, and we're going to try to reinforce child guarantees 2 years after their adoption, and we want to ask the member states to intensify their efforts when the time comes to guaranteeing for all the boys and girls that they receive at least one healthy food or meal a day when they're at school, and we also have to provide a suitable food substitute when they don't go to school. And we will also like to mention a report of March 2023 on how the fruit, vegetable and dairy product distribution program works for schools, where you can see that although there is a willingness in the case of the member states to become involved in these school meal programs, there's also a structural deficit in terms of funding. So there has been a resolution on the inequalities and on the promotion of social inclusion of children and their families. And from our committee, we have asked the Commission and the Member States to invest more, to make a public investment in those policies that have a direct and indirect impact on the lives of children, so that we can guarantee public services that are universal, inclusive, affordable, and especially of a high level of quality. And for instance, I'm talking about minimum incomes and the increase in the minimum wage, or public housing strategies that are very, very important. And these two resolutions, what they do is they refer to the activities carried out by our standing group that we have in the European Parliament, that was launched in 2022, so that we can monitor the implementation of the European child guarantees in all the member states. So to date, it's 25 member states that have submitted their national action plans to the European Parliament, and it's Austria and Latvia that still have to go. Spain is on the list of those 25 member states, and we are in close contact with those other member states to speed up the implementation process, because it's very important for us to implement these plans. And then as regards our committee, we believe that, we cannot forget this because of the green transition. It should be a fair transition, as is demonstrated by a report on the creation of jobs that is called A Fair Transition and Investments with an Impact, that we'll be voting on Thursday at the plenary session in Strasbourg, because a fair transition includes education and the care of children, and therefore food safety in at least two levels. And firstly, we have to support sustainable consumption of food through solid educational frameworks that will allow children and teenagers not only to develop good food habits, but also to make use of the opportunities of sustainable production and distribution of food, and also school meal policy that has to be healthy, and which requires an integral approach, an integral mental health approach that places the well-being in the very centre of the programme, so that nobody is left behind. And we have to address the issue of healthy school meals from the point of view of employment. So in other words, a school meal policy cannot be sustainable if it doesn't start off by considering the work that is done by the people that are working in the kitchens, because they have a very high level of social impact. And finally, we think that there are resources to develop a sustainable school meal policy in the EU. The European Parliament is permanently asking the member states to make use of the funds available in the European Union for this purpose, including the pluriannual financial framework, or the recovery fund. However, it is also necessary to reinforce these resources by extending the framework, the financial framework, and so that we can establish or reach out to a budget of 20 billion euros for school meals that we've been asking for. As a conclusion, therefore, The International Day of Children that we celebrated yesterday, November the 20th, reminds us that good nutrition is one of the fundamental human rights. And it's a wonderful opportunity today to work on creating a legacy for the upcoming Belgian presidency of the Council, but also for the new parliament that will be appointed. But when we break the circle of poverty and exclusion, we're not only safeguarding the rights of 20 million boys and girls that are facing the risk of poverty in Europe, but we are also laying the foundations for a stronger Europe and a more inclusive Europe too. So from the Commission for Employment and Social Affairs, we are fully committed to this issue, because at the end of the day, infancy or children with rights construct the present and also a much better future for these boys and girls. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I trust and hope that you will have a very fruitful debate, and I remain at your entire disposal for any issues that can help you to reinforce these guarantees for children, these child guarantees. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, César Luena and Alicia Holmes, for these very inspirational and very clear words. And you've also presented lots of proposals for the future. Very interesting. Thank you very much. And we are continuing now with interesting proposals, because the next intervention is going to be given by Madame Flavia Brunetti, who's responsible for alliances of the International Alliance of School Meals. So, Flavia, you have the floor. Thank you.
It's already up there. Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much, especially after such really relevant and important opening statements. My name is Flavia Brunetti. I am the head of Resource Mobilization Partnerships for the UN World Food Programme, School-Based Programs Team, and the Secretariat of the School Meals Coalition. The School Meals Coalition is the reason that I get to be here with all of you today. So without further ado, we can go right into the first slide. Yes. Oh, I can click it? Wonderful.
You have here.
Perfect. There we go. Okay. So, a quick recap of a very important topic that has already been touched on today, so we were very happy to hear that. The global food crisis has pushed an additional 23 million under 18s into acute food insecurity. That means 153 million children are impacted by the rising food crisis. That's almost half of the 345 million people that are facing acute hunger today. Now, we know that COVID restrictions have eased, but children are returning to underfunded schools. They're coming from homes that are more food insecure, and they're coming from homes that tend to be poorer, and this has already also been spoken to. The food price crisis further threatens global food insecurity. School health and nutrition programs are invaluable safety nets to address this. So by providing the potentially only nourishing meal of the day to children, their health, education, and well-being can be protected. The resilience of whole communities to crises can be increased. So in recognition of this, and after COVID-19, in 2021, at the Food System Summit, the School Meals Coalition was launched. And if you'll allow me, I will play a short video on how the School Meals Coalition works. Should I click again?
What is the School Meals Coalition? It is a growing network of member states focused on one goal, ensuring that all children receive a nutritious meal in school by 2030. Partners, including UN agencies, NGOs and academia, have also joined to support governments. How does the coalition work? As they join, governments issue national commitments, telling the world what they are hoping to achieve and how. The coalition helps them to implement these commitments. In the coalition, countries can connect with each other. Country-to-country exchanges generate learning and inspiration. The coalition is also working at the regional level, where countries are exchanging and establishing peer-to-peer groups. Partners can support the commitments made by governments. There are many others working together in the coalition. Municipalities play a crucial role in the programs and increasingly in the coalition. Lawmakers also help set priorities, assign budgets, recognize rights, and assure accountability. In a networked way, the School Meals Coalition breaks with the traditional logic of North and South, donor and recipient, and recognizes that every member and partner have something to contribute and to learn. The coalition has initiatives that work with governments and partners. They were set up to support countries with 3 challenges. Challenge 1, better evidence so countries can make better decisions. The Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition is hosted by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and connects researchers across the world. They are analyzing the impact of school meals, calculating the return on investment, and documenting best practice. Challenge 2, sustainable funding in low-income countries that struggle to reach the poorest children. The Sustainable Financing Initiative is hosted by the Education Development Center. It is helping countries to design financing plans for their programs and is working with donors on new financing solutions. Challenge 3, a better way to measure progress. The Data and Monitoring Initiative, hosted by WFP, is helping countries monitor progress and is establishing a global database for reporting. This rich ecosystem is supported by a small secretariat and a powerfully committed task force. Together, they create the conditions for this new form of multilateralism. That is, based on country solutions to global problems, grounded in evidence, and intent on breaking silos, to make progress on some of the most important priorities of our time.
So, to speak to what the video was saying, 95 member states have now joined the coalition. 11 of these are EU member states. 2 of these are part of some of our co-chairs of the task force group. As you can see, Finland and France are co-chairs. Brazil is also our other co-chair. There are more than 110 partners that have committed. And as the video mentioned, there are 3 key bottlenecks, so better evidence for decision making, sustainable financing, and reliable data through its initiatives. Now, the research consortium is represented today by Professor Donald Bundy, who you will be hearing from later today. It was developed to provide independent evidence to inform the design of the national programs. As you can see, cities also play an essential role. That initiative, the Cities Feeding the Future initiative, supports city-to-city collaboration, but it also fosters city-to-member state collaboration. It's led by the city of Milan. They are also here today, and you'll be hearing from them as well in a later session. So, what has been achieved so far? The State of School Feeding publication comes out every 2 years. It provides information on the state of school feeding globally, but it is also how the School Meals Coalition monitors the progress towards its goals. The 2022 report showed that children being reached by school meals programs now exceed pre-pandemic levels. So 418 million children are reached by school meals programs. This is up from 388 million in 2020. The coalition represents a $48 billion global industry. It's almost entirely funded by countries worldwide at all income levels. So you see a $5 billion in additional domestic funding from $43 billion in 2020. 15% increase in domestic financing. The share of domestic funding in low-income countries for school meals programs went up from about 30% in 2020 to 45% in 2022, despite increasing constraints on fiscal space. Ironically, this is not matched by international support for school feeding, which has actually dropped. School meals programs, the last number, not the least important, has created 4 million jobs in 85 countries, most of these for women. These are mostly related to the preparation of food, so we're talking benefiting local cooks, small catering companies, and most of these are led by women. To speak briefly to national commitments, 35 countries around the world have signed their national commitment documents. This is really a global endeavor. I know the video spoke to this. All countries are called to demonstrate how they can prioritize their school meal programs, how they can scale current programming, and how they can support other governments in doing so. In the EU, 4 governments have made significant commitments. We'll also share this presentation. In the interest of time, I will zoom in on just one example. The government of Finland has committed to implement school meals procurement criteria that include environmentally friendly cultivation methods, food safety, nutrition, as well as animal welfare and health aspects. And Finland provides technical expertise for countries wishing to develop their own school meals programs. To speak to the global part of this global endeavor, early successes around the world, thanks to country leadership, have also already been achieved. Again, in the interest of time, I'll zoom in just on one. President Ruto of Kenya committed to introduce universal coverage. This means a scale up from 1.8 million to 10 million children by 2030. In 2023, the president has more than doubled the budget for school meals to about 35 million. This brings us to Paris. So every other year, the School Meals Coalition meets at technical level. Every other year, it meets at ministerial level. This year was ministerial level, and we held in October, so just last month, the Global School Meals Coalition Summit in Paris. It was the first time that 73 governments came together at the highest level to discuss a joint agenda on school meals. There were representatives from regional organizations as well as mayors, parliamentarians, partners, UN organizations. The summit was a success thanks to the bold commitments that were made, but also to reports back on progress from the 2 years since the inception of the School Meals Coalition. These are some of the main outcomes. Again, mindful of time, we'll share this. But just wanted to zoom in on the European Commission's participation in a plenary session that was aimed at announcing commitments and progress in planet-friendly school meals approaches and evidence on how school meals can drive climate action. So both of these feed into upcoming COP28. The EU also emphasized, and we also heard this earlier, its commitment to invest in school meals and create healthy school environments. I'm not good with this clicker, obviously. Okay, so avenues. To close up, there's an essential role to continue playing because we're here today, right? So to continue supporting school meals globally through advocacy, technical assistance, capacity sharing, and fostering partnerships. So to quickly bring you through these, advocating for other EU member states to join and develop bold and ambitious national commitments, to engage in the coalition's initiatives, which you will hear about more later, and then during international fora and regional events such as G7, EU Council, the EU Humanitarian Forum, to advocate for support to school meals. And again, perfect example is this event right here. And so finally, but very importantly, I want to conclude with a big thank you to Spain and their EU presidency role for advocating for greater commitment, holding this important event, and giving us the opportunity to be here and be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavia Brunetti, for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, her presentation has served as an inspiration and was very interesting. Right, now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Martin van Driel, and he's the representative of the DGT for Farming and Rural Development of the European Commission. Mr. Martin, please.
So thank you very much. Yes, my name is Martin van Driel. And I'd like to thank you for this invitation, especially the High Commissioner, of course, for this invitation, and the city of San Sebastian for inviting us, for hosting us here. I'm a bit of an outsider in this whole debate. I'm not dealing with school meals or the children, or apart from my own children from time to time, but but in any case, I work in the department DG Agriculture, so I'll deal with farmers, with food production, let's say, just as a basis. So let's see whether I can get along with this clicker. It works. Thank you very much. So I'll go briefly through it. You've allocated me 10 minutes. I have 10 slides, so I know how much I have per slide. That's easy. Well, just first of all, I start with the definition of food security, because that's along those lines I'd like to sort of structure my presentation. Food security exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious foods, and meets their dietary needs and food preferences. Now, so that's an old definition. I think there's been an update of that definition recently, but okay, this is sufficient for what I want to tell, because if you see in this definition, there are a number of elements that we have to address. Its availability is the availability of products that we have now. Right? That links very closely to agricultural policy, but also whether we can have that availability in the long term. That deals with sustainability policies. And then the access, I mean, I think in a number of areas around the world, maybe access is a problem that physically you could not reach the food, but in the EU, it's mainly an issue of affordability. So I'll say a few words about that. And then finally about diet, which is, let's say, the farthest away from agricultural policy in a way, but we have a few things that I'd like to stress. So about the availability now, I hope you can read it, otherwise you can get the slides afterwards. But there are, I have three categories. Left is the animal products, in the middle is the plant products, and at the right you have fruit and vegetables. And what it basically says on the left side is that for both meat and dairy products, our food self-security, so let's say production that we have ourselves, minus imports and exports, are always above 100%. So we're very well there in the availability of food. For plant production, well, we have here a number of products, let's say wheat, and I also put olive oil. I'm in Spain here, so it's there we have a self-sufficiency rate of more than 100%. So we have more than enough available, and we export also to the world markets. For all the other products, we're a bit below 100%, but not too much. So that's also still relatively safe. Only for oilseeds, we're only at 60%. So that's a big vulnerability in our, let's say, food supply, food availability from a farming point of view. Then on the right side, you have the tomatoes and oranges. For fresh products, we have enough. In terms of processing, there's a clear shortage in oranges. So where also Spain, of course, is a main producer. So that is a remarkable thing. For the rest, also in that sense, enough products. So that's, I think, good news. There is enough availability, at least in the EU. Then in the long term, so let's say about this availability, I'm sorry, I'm going back. About this availability, I said there is a vulnerability for proteins. The other vulnerability in the system we have is for fertilizers. Because they depend on imported gas, more or less. So we have taken a few measures at the time when the prices were increasing a lot for the gas and for the fertilizers. That was suspending the import duties for ammonia. That was a temporary suspension, but in order to reduce the prices for fertilizers a bit. So that's what we have done. And the other thing is, and it's also promoted by the Spanish presidency. I mean, there is a discussion in the EU about strategic autonomy for a number of important products, and including food, obviously. So, and there the Spanish presidency focuses very much on this open strategic autonomy. So if you do not have enough, like what we have here for proteins, of course we import. And then you have to diversify your sources of import. So if you only get it from the US or only from Argentina, only from Brazil, you run a risk. If you diversify your supply, you sort of create your what we call then now open strategic autonomy. Then we move on to the longer term. So in the EU there is this big plan, which everybody has heard of, no doubt. It was presented in 2019, the European Green Deal. It covers a lot of different sectors, and it wants to sort of enhance the transition, mainly the sustainable transition of many sectors, also digital transition, by the way. But for agriculture, there are two elements in this whole plan which are relevant for agriculture, and that's the diversity strategy and the farm-to-fork strategy. I will finish my presentation by saying a few words on the farm-to-fork strategy. The targets that we have set ourselves, or the ambitions that I have set ourselves to make our agricultural system resilient or sustainable also in the future, so to guarantee the longer term, let's say, availability of food, are these. So it's a reduction of chemical pesticides, increased in the share of organic farming in the EU, reduced sales of antimicrobials, because if we use too much antimicrobials in food production, at some point you have resistance and then it doesn't work anymore, so it puts our production system at risk at some point. We want to reduce nutrient losses. Of course, also this organic farming target helps with that. And we want to bring back areas under high diversity landscape features. So I do not mention all these percentages because you will forget them as soon as I leave this stage. But in any case, this is the idea that we have put forward to make our system resilient towards the longer term. As I said, short-term availability, long-term availability, and then the issue of access or affordability, because in the EU this is the issue that's at stake. I have put here a few figures of inflation in different member states. So the three lines on top, they are from 3 Eastern European countries, from Bulgaria, from Latvia and Romania. And you see there inflation has been very high. So it differs per member state. The average line is around the 40%. It's is it working? No, okay. But in any case, it's the middle one. But the prices increased from 2000, let's say, in a very short time, from 2000 to 2023 by 40%. And then just below that you have also, of course, Spain. So I mean, I think you've done well, relatively. It's also because your government and also the government of France, they have really actively intervened in this issue, so to sort of solve the problem. It's not something we can do in the agriculture policy. We have a certain influence over agricultural prices, but not, well, very much less in any case over consumer price. I mean, you would expect that the price of, when the farmer price goes up, also the price for the consumer goes up, and that is true to a certain extent, but now the prices for agricultural products have already come down, not to the levels that they were in 2020, but still they have come down, but the consumer prices do not come down. So there are delays in the system. There is also a problem of, let's say, that some parts of the chain keep a higher share of the value of the consumer dollar or euro, whatever you want, in their pockets. So, well, that is of course an issue. And then say, okay, from an agricultural point of view, it's very difficult to do something about that. But on the other hand, in the Treaty of the European Union, it says that we have to assure reasonable prices for consumers. So we have a sort of a hook to make policy if necessary. Then I have something on diets. This is a graph from the FAO. Thank you. I know you're from the World Food Programme, but anyway, thanks for the FAO for this graph. And it shows how much we eat. So this is for high-income countries and lower middle-income countries, so let's say covering more or less the countries in the European Union. I will spare you all the details, but in any case, the left graph shows that we are now at a consumption level of, let's say, 3,300 kilocalories. And it is going up to 3,500. And also in the low and middle income countries, we are above, let's say, 2,500, and it moves up to 3,000. So we expect people to eat more and more and more towards 2050. And this is per head. So this is all, if in addition you have the increase in population. And that just, I mean, I find that a very telling statistic, because what you need for a day to survive, if you talk about food security, you only need between 2,000 to 2,500. So there is a big buffer in the system before we really get into trouble. So that's also, I would say, good news, although I do not know what we can do about it, but if there would be trouble, we can sort of tune down a little bit. And then I want to say something on meat. First here, the green part is the number of calories that we get out of meat. And that, let's say, animal proteins, I have to say, and that is a big difference between the high-income countries and the low and middle-income countries. And then if I just zoom in on this animal protein, and then mainly the meat, actually, I wanted to zoom in. So what you see here is there's the red on the bottom, that's pig meat. In the middle you have chicken, and then the green part is beef. And then a little bit of sheep meat we eat in the EU. But you see, for the last, let's say, 20 years, I mean, not a lot has changed overall. So you see a gradual decrease of pig meat, you see a gradual decrease of beef. It's not going very quick, but it is taking place. But it's all replaced by chicken. So we eat actually a little bit more meat than we ate 20 years ago, despite all the talk about eating less animal protein and all that. So it goes up. Now, we expect it towards 2033, it's just an expectation, that it goes down, but it doesn't go down very hard. So you see hardly a change. I mean, if I would, let's say, start the line at 60, I would change the scale, then maybe you see a little bit of a decrease. But in this perspective, you see hardly a decrease. So that is the baseline that we have to take in mind if we want to develop policy. If we want to have an influence on this, we have to develop policies to have a tougher, let's say, decline if we want that. So, what I conclude is with all these graphs is that, let's say, we have in the EU, we are relatively well off. We eat a lot of calories, and we eat a lot of animal proteins. That's not bad in itself, but it's just what we see. And then if we could reduce both of that, so both the total production, the total calories, and the amount of animal proteins, then it would be one, I think, looking at all the proof, it would be healthier. It would, two, be beneficial for the environment. In terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and three, that's for me from an agricultural, let's say, point of view, would be very good, because it would be good for a higher food security. We are already food secure at the moment. There are vulnerabilities, there are risks on the long term, but this would provide more certainty. Now, in the agriculture policy in the EU, what do we have? Where can we address these elements? That is with three things. We have school schemes, so we provide finances to have fruits and dairy products, to deliver them to schools. That's what we do today. And there is, well, that's of course good, because then the children learn how to eat, I would say, healthy. And it's besides school meals, so it's a separate thing for the moment in any case. Then we have promotion schemes where we can promote, let's say, sustainable ways of producing, sustainable products. At the moment, of course, we promote whatever is produced in the EU, and notably, let's say, under different markets, like geographical indications are a big product that's promoted, especially outside the EU. And then we have organic production. So we have an organic, we define what is organic production, and we have a promotion program around that. So we want to sort of make it the easier choice, or to increase, in any case, the organic production. The problem there is farmers, with the help of financial incentives, want to change. Not all of them, but quite a number of them. But there is, let's say, no market at the moment. So the market is lagging behind. So we have to sort of try to convince the consumer to eat more organic, and then hopefully farmers will follow. Now, my last slide. I hope I stayed within the time. There's a lot on this slide, so I will not mention everything. So this is for us, this is sort of the key guiding principle, the farm to fork strategy. It has three pillars through the food chain. So you start with the sustainable food production. So at the farming side, then you have all the companies and producers and retailers in between. So in between the farm and, let's say, the consumer and the fork. That's on the left side. And then we have the actions that where we try to promote, let's say, a healthier and more sustainable diet. All the elements in yellow are the elements where DG Agriculture, where I work, can have an influence on and where we can take initiatives. All the other are for the other DGs. So I mean that also has been in line with what I heard here for breaking silos. So with this plan, it's sort of a holistic plan for the whole food chain. It breaks silos because different DGs in the Commission are working on that. So I think that's a good part of it. You see there is all a kind of a green stars behind it. Those are the initiatives that we have already taken, whereas a grey star, no initiatives have been taken. And then if you see the part on the towards a healthier and sustainable diet, that's a tough part. Yeah? It's very difficult to come up with good proposals that are shared by all member states, by all politicians. And also in that part is, of course, the promotion program and the school scheme, which are done by my Directorate General. In any case, one of the things I mentioned here as well is the mandatory criteria for sustainable food procurement. And there we get very close to the school meals, of course, because what we heard already is that a number of member states are already implementing this. I mean, they are having sustainable criteria, promoting organic, promoting local production. I think that's a very good thing. But there is, at least there was the idea of harmonizing this and maybe strengthen it a bit from the EU level. So, so far, this is still work in progress. I hope it will progress fast. But at least I hope you have an overview of what we do in the EU, what agriculture does, and that we have now a holistic, let's say, plan to implement that, and that ultimately I think will also benefit the idea of the school meals where you will be discussing about today. So that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Van. Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thanks very much to all the participants during this first round for showing us the concepts from different points of view regarding the challenges we face to guarantee healthy food for all children. And now we'll move on to the panel. School meals favour all children, but especially for those that live in situations of poverty or social exclusion. To discuss this key role of school meals, this first panel has the goal of putting school meals within a broader network of policies against child poverty. The panel, this first panel, will be chaired by the Director for Policies at the Center for Poverty and Social Policies at Columbia University, Ms. Megan Curran. And we will have some extremely high-level speakers, and I would like to ask them all to come up on stage, please.
Okay, hello. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Megan Curran. I'm with the Center on Poverty and Social Policy in Columbia University, based in New York City. So it's really lovely to be here. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this first roundtable, which is about the role of school meals in a broader network of policies about, in terms of trying to tackle child poverty. So as we've been hearing, obviously school meals play a really important role in addressing child poverty and social exclusion, but they're also a fundamental part of the broader social safety net. And so I think, you know, what we really want to get at here today is actually, you know, understand how things like school meals and food assistance and nutrition programs operate in different countries. You know, what works, what doesn't, what elements are key for policy success. but also look at more broadly about how school meals can can work alongside other really central programs and policies for children. Things that also support all of those other services buckets in the child guarantee, and also just what the role of things like just cash can play as a really flexible resource for families. And again, really importantly, how different levels of government can contribute. So I recognize that we are a little bit tight on time, but I'm just going to take a very brief minute to introduce our very distinguished panel here, and then we'll jump into the questions. So first off, I would just like to say that it's my absolute honor to introduce a true champion for children and someone who has long inspired my own work. We have Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro here today. She represents the 3rd District of Connecticut in the U.S. House of Representatives. She is the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee in Congress, which basically is just how decisions get made on where the money goes, right? So probably the most important piece of the puzzle. And it's really, her job comes down to, how the U.S. government directs its funds towards investing in children and families. And, it'll be a pleasure to hear her speak today, but just to say that, from experience, that children and families in the U.S. are just better off because she's in Congress. It's true. We also have David Harris, who's a colleague of mine in New York. And you probably saw in the bios, he's a man of many titles, president of the Children's Research and Education Institute. He's a senior research fellow and associate at Columbia University, at Stanford University, and with UNICEF in Achenti. We have Anne-Catherine Guillot, who I believe is on the screen there. Hello. She's a senior researcher with the Luxembourg Institute of Socioeconomic Research. We have Andres Conte, who's the Executive Director of Save the Children in Spain. And we have Andrea Magarini, Director of the Milan Food Policy Department. And all of the potential mispronunciations of everyone's last names is totally my own fault. I'm going to combine some of the questions because I know we're going to try and still finish, on enough time to get a bit of a break and stretch our legs. So I'll throw this first question over to the Congresswoman, if that's okay. Sure. Obviously, some of you might, actually be kind of surprised that the U.S. is represented here today, because when we talk about child poverty and social exclusion, unfortunately, the U.S. tends to rank very poorly compared to other countries. And so, I'd love to ask the Congresswoman sort of what challenges we have faced in tackling child poverty. But actually, one of the reasons I think why the three of us are here from the U.S. today is actually to talk about some very bright spots of progress recently and what we can kind of take away from that.
First of all, thank you very, very much, Megan. I want to say a thank you to everyone, to the government of Spain and to the High Commissioner for Child Poverty. Would that we would have such a position in the United States and be focused in the way that you all are focused on this issue, all of whom are pioneers here. And Vice Mayor, it's wonderful to be with you in your beautiful, beautiful city. I once worked for a mayor for a number of years, so I know the difficulties involved in running a city and so forth. So, but all leaders here, pioneers, and you really push the envelope to address the issues of child poverty and hunger. And really, and I am in awe of the work that you do and the effective strategies that you are all working on to try to implement to bring change. And obviously, so delighted to be with a panel of experts in these areas. Let me just say, child poverty, as Megan mentioned, has been really a stain on the U.S. for many, many years. And it is not because of opposition to efforts on child poverty or lies or obstruction, etc., but it is basically an indifference to the issue of child poverty, and especially with regard to poor children, of focusing on poor children. There is no political advantage. No political advantage at working in this area. So that, and you also, given the issue of dependable income, really a very, very critical piece is this. That really is the most important, in my view, explanation and the most important thing for us to change with regard to child poverty. People have mentioned the pandemic. That's shown a light on child poverty everywhere in the world. So you talk about school meals, and I'm such an advocate of school meals and trying to appropriate funding for school meals, but to put this into some perspective with regard to the issue of poverty, hunger is the biggest driver of poverty I mean, poverty is the core driver of hunger in our society today. So we need to address the issue of poverty in order for us to be able to make change in how we deal with the poverty issues. And I would just say that for 50 years, we've been trying to figure out how to really look at a solution to child poverty. And I would just speak for the United States at the moment. Many of you here have cash assistance programs, and which are all very relevant and have really made a difference. In the U.S., I might add that it has been the child tax credit, which we put into place a year ago. That is the expanded child tax credit. It's improved, and it's on a monthly basis. And what we do in that process is say, from children from 0 to 6, $300 per month, $3,600 a year. 6 to 17-year-old kids, $250 per month, $3,000. As I said, it's a monthly payment. That's the largest tax cut for working families and generations in the United States. 90% of our kids have had the same payment. We reached 61 million children. And it has had such a profound impact. Almost half children were lifted out of poverty, 46%, 5 million kids. And hunger, because the hunger piece is so tied to this effort, we reduced hunger by 26% in the U.S. The program was instituted for 1 year. Chaos, 1 year. In my view. And so what, as a result of only for 1 year, what we have seen is that in 2022, just last year, 18 million children, 26% of our kids, were not eligible for a child tax credit, or any credit for that matter. And because of we then went from lowering poverty 5.2% to lowering it to 5%. We went from 5.2% with the removal of the child tax credit to 12.4% in poverty. And hunger went up about 25%. So, and what we found is that because of the expiration, that 38% of black children not eligible, 40% of Latino children not eligible, 40% of children living with a female single parent not eligible, 35% of rural children not eligible here. So I have never seen, I have sat in the United States Congress for 32 years. I have not seen a federal program meet its mission and the impact that it created in such a short period of time. It is really that 46% reduction in child poverty, 86% of that was due to a child tax credit. So it is stunning results, only for a year. And the piece on we're talking about food, it heightened the difficulty for families when it was gone to get a higher quantities of food and a higher quality of food for their kids. What we found is that what people did was to be able to go out and purchase food, buy nutritious food, instead of buying soda which is an empty calorie, just fills the bellies of children and doesn't really meet their nutritional needs and so forth. So I take it from the perspective, and at a later point we'll talk about the feeding programs which we have, which are many, many of them, school lunch program, etc. But if you want to reduce poverty, if you want to reduce hunger, that we need to move toward child tax credits to cash assistance in order to be able to give families the wherewithal to take care of their themselves and their children to achieve a higher level of food security, which in my view, I never use food security, it's hunger. People are hungry, and there's no need. U.S. there is no need for people to be hungry. We have an abundance of food, and getting access to it through cash assistance and a child tax credit, in my view, is the way that we do it, and that's a fundamental program which we should initiate. It should be a flagship policy for the United States, but I believe for all countries.
Thank you. Yeah, it's it's hard to actually understate the impact that that had in the U.S. because we have been such an outlier for generations in terms of not having a sort of, child benefit, child allowance, things like that. And so we're very much catching up, but we saw the immediate impacts it had. David, I'd love to get your thoughts to just try and understand, when we think about, sort of something like school meals, but also cash assistance, the broader array of safety net programs, how do you see sort of the importance, but also trends in the U.S., maybe across like different groups of children, and also how that compares internationally?
Thanks, Megan, and thank you, Mr. High Commissioner, Vice Mayor, the Deputy Director, everybody here. It's really a privilege to be here, and I'll echo the Congresswoman's statements about how exciting it is that Spain has made this commitment to children and to child poverty, and that while you have the presidency, you're making the presidency using that commitment to advance this cause. So it's a real privilege to be here with my panelists as well. And school meals does so much for children. You heard the High Commissioner talk about it earlier, and so I'm just going to focus on what it does for child poverty and what we saw in the U.S. in two ways. And one is that these are colleagues at Columbia, colleagues of Megan and mine, but Chris Weimer, Liana Fox, who was there, is at the Census Bureau now, others, looked historically at the last 50 years in the U.S. Again, we know we're catching up. But what you see is that there was some reduction in child poverty, which was policy related, of about over 40%, close to half over the last 50 years. This is in advance of the COVID. And about 11% of that drop, so about $1 in 10% of that drop came from our nutrition programs. And this makes sense, right? If you're feeding healthy, nutritious schools at meal, not always nutritious in the U.S., but meals, it's gonna offset the budget for families. So we saw 11% drop, and then with the child tax credit that the Congressman was talking about, we saw child poverty plunge in half, driven by the child credit. There were other policies during COVID too. So in this moment of distress, the U.S. government, this was an effort that the Congressman has led for over 2 decades. But at this moment, we saw child poverty plunge, and then when it disappeared, as she mentioned, it was 1 year, it more than doubled. And in terms of, and I just want to echo these numbers because here we are talking about school meals. Food insufficiency among families with children dropped by 26% overnight. These checks went out within 3 months, just over 3 months, monthly checks. And then when the monthly checks disappeared, they went right back up. Child poverty plunge, this is a monthly measure that Megan and other colleagues developed so that we could have a sort of a nowcast, a real time measure, which was really important to the polity, to the debate about what was going on. Normally in the U.S., and I know this is true not just in the U.S., we get our child poverty numbers, and this is measurement, this gets in the weeds, but this is important for moving things forward. We get our measures September that look back for the previous year. So we have a policy come in, gets up and running in less than, you passed it in March of 2021, and the first checks go out in July, so 4 months later, July 15th, August 15th, September 15th. And so on. And because of the measure that Megan and Zach Parolin and others developed, we could see that over 3 million kids dropped out of poverty immediately. And then when it disappeared, we saw the rates rise back up. So we saw the largest drop in child poverty on record in the U.S., going back 50 years, in 1 year during COVID. And then, sadly, tragically, when it expired, the largest increase, more than doubling, 5.2 million more children in absolute poverty. For those of you, since we're in the EU, we use an absolute measure, but we ran the relative measure, was a 30% drop in child poverty. And the U.S., briefly for that moment, looked more like Luxembourg and Greece in terms of child poverty than where we've been as a laggard relative to other countries. So you asked about composition, and I just wanted to say something about rural families and then something about young kids. Our child tax credit, which still exists, at the time left out a third of children because their families earned too little, because it was based on earnings. So we left out the third of kids who needed it the most. Disproportionately left out rural families who live in areas where wages are lower, and they're also further from other services. And these kids were all included for the first time. So we saw rural child poverty drop by even more than for everyone else. In the U.S., young children are the poorest people by age, at the most critical period of child development. And so their child poverty has consistently been higher going back as far as we've measured. And for the first time in U.S. history, we saw child poverty for young children equal to that of families for older children. So it wasn't just that child poverty plunged, but that it disproportionately helped the kids who'd disproportionately been left behind before. And can I just say one more thing, and I want to be respectful of everyone's time. What happened in the U.S. was both the fact that these kids who'd been left behind were included with a monthly benefit, and that it was of sufficient size to have these impacts. And so I know we are following Europe with child allowances, with child benefits, but where there are opportunities in Europe to look at your child benefits, or where you have tax policies that may also have a phase-in and leave out the kids the most to include them, I think we'll see, as you all know here, of course, I'm talking to a room of people who know this, but you will see similar pieces. And if you then you're able to use a monthly measure, you're going to see drops immediately in child poverty. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I mean, all of that is really relevant, I think, to some of the next pieces that we'll get into, because it talks about, cash can be really one piece of the puzzle that's very complementary to obviously having those direct services, in schools and maybe early childhood centers or things where children are going to be every day. I think before we move to Anne-Catherine here, it's also worth pointing out that some of the research shows that, this new expanded type of what became close to a universal child allowance in the U.S. for that 1 year also produces, huge rates of return. And there's a lot of estimates that's showing if we had had that in place on a permanent basis, that actually for every $1 that would be spent on that program, you'd actually generate $10 in social benefits, social and economic benefits every year, not just one time, but actually every year, year on and year out. And a lot of that is really driven by actually all the research that we know and everyone in this room would be very familiar with in terms of, the importance of getting those resources to children, especially when they're young. And a lot of what we saw in that sort of benefit cost model was the returns being driven by long-term improvement in children's health. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that if we know families were spending this money on food to supplement and complement things that they might be getting at school, and using it to buy better food and things like that, that obviously improves children's nutrition, which has a healthy brain development, healthy physical development, and you see the long-term return. So I'd love to turn to Anne-Catherine here, because she actually, looking specifically in Europe, completed a great study on school meals policy. So we'd love to hear a bit about the key findings, but also in terms of any sort of of the benefit cost pieces that you might have seen in terms of this as well.
Yeah, many thanks for the invitation. I'm so sorry not being able to be with you. I will share my presentation because I prefer to show you some figures. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. Yes, I hope you can see it. So my presentation is based on two reports. The first one is a very recent one. It's based on a mapping that we have been asked to do for the European Commission. to have a starting point of the different situation in Europe regarding the provision of an effective and free access to the different public services that are guaranteed by the European Child Guarantee. And to do so, we relied on national reports made by our national teams in the European Social Policy Network, and based on the view of the situation of children in need. But as you know, the focus of the Child Guarantee is on children in need, but it's not always easy to capture that situation. There are many diverse situations of needs. So the focus of our mapping was on low-income children in each country. And we also focused on the provision as it is in reality, sometimes which might differ from the situation in the law. So we also collected views of different stakeholders on the barriers to effective access of children in need. And I must also say that the focus was on full school meals, so not breakfast and not sandwiches or soup. So the focus was really on the midday full school meals. So what we saw in the EU is that there are 7 countries we provide universal scheme, you can see on the screen, either for all children in compulsory school or for some ages. There are 10 additional countries which provide targeted schemes, generally to low-income children, but can also be to lone parents' families or children with disabilities or children in other situations. And in green, you can see our estimation of the share of children in need that were targeted by this scheme. So in some countries, almost the majority of low-income children were targeted, and in others, it's only in a minority of children who were targeted by the schemes. I must say that there are pros and cons for each provision. When the scheme is targeting, the risk is really of missing many children in need, depending on the criteria to select children and also the take-up rate. There are 5 additional member states which provide targeted scheme to schools, most often in disadvantaged areas. There the risk is missing many children in need who are not in this school which apply to the scheme. And there are 5 member states where there are almost no provision of free school meals provision. I must say that compared to the previous mapping that we have done during the feasibility study for the Child Guarantee, the situation improved in many countries. So I think that the European Child Guarantee have encouraged member states to implement or to enlarge the provision of free school meals. What's important in terms of barrier, of course, when there are no school meal provision, the most important barriers from a financial point of view is the access in terms of cost for parents. But even when there are provisions that can be a number of barriers for parents and children, we have highlighted on the screen a few barriers. Most often the geographical disparity was highlighted by our experts, explaining that depending on the level of competence of the region, the local entities, the provision might differ. The limited scope of the provision was also a problem, especially when the countries has only a few pilot provision and not providing free school meals at the national level for all children or for children in need. The question of infrastructure, staff, food supplier was also highlighted in some countries, but I must say that for each problem that I identify here, there are solutions in other countries, so countries can learn from each other. The problems of full-time classes was also highlighted by some experts, but there also the provision can be provided before the children leave the classes, so there is also some solution. The question of the quality of the food is essential, and in many countries there are many quality control and obligation to fill in some quality requirement for the food provider, which is of course very important to profit from the benefits of school meals in terms of health and nutrition. In targeted scheme, the main problem is the burden for parents and the shame to ask for the scheme. So there, the stigmatization of targeted children, of parents, can also be a problem. And when the schools are targeted, the problems can be the administrative burden for the school to apply to the scheme, especially when there are schools in disadvantaged areas facing already many problems. So in terms of age, the situation is not perfect, I must say, especially for the teenager. And it's really important in terms of equity between age groups, but also because if the aim is to ensure that all children have adequate nutrition and profit in terms of health and educational progress, it's really important that school meals are available across the whole childhood and adolescence. And maintaining the provision until the end of compulsory school is essential to maintaining healthy eating habits during adolescence, which is really a critical age group. I've also made some cost estimation of the cost of school meals in another study, in the feasibility study for a child guarantee. So we try to provide estimation of the cost of providing school meals to low-income children in all countries where it was not already done. So for doing this, we made an estimation based on the cost of school meals for low-income parents, but also on the number of beneficiaries receiving free school meals or reduced price school meals. So it was a large data collection which allowed this computation in the whole EU. An example, in a member states where a reduced price school meals are provided, let's say at €1 to all children, with parents benefiting from minimum income, and where the other children from low income and non-low income also have to pay the full price, the estimated cost covers the cost of providing free school meals to low-income children currently paying the reduced price, so they will receive free school meals in that case, and the cost of providing free school meals to all other children having a low income but who do not benefit from the reduced price. So the cost estimation was not easy to do, and we decided also to do it for the school holidays including. So we have two alternative scenarios, one focusing only on school days, and the other one including school holidays, because as you know, during school holidays, children has also to have to eat full meals. So what we have not been able to take into account, that's all the cost variation of the different type of school meals delivery, of course, the difference, of course, between areas, cities, and so on. And also it was difficult to implement for targeted scheme the cost of targeting the children and reaching them out, and also the cost, which is also very important, of promoting healthy eating. That's for the figures. So as you can see, and that's the good news, that's the cost estimation in blue for the school day. So for all low-income children in the different member states, as you can see, for most countries, less than 1% of the current primary and secondary education expenditures. And when you add the school holidays in orange, you can see that the estimation remains limited, except for a few countries where there is almost no provision and a lot of children in poverty, such as Romania, Greece, Bulgaria, and Italy. So in conclusion, there are many remaining challenges and barriers to access in some member states. There are also good practices in other member states. As I said, there are lessons to be learned from other countries for each barrier that the country can face. The positive impact of school meal provision in terms of health, food security, learning, parents' budgets and times, and healthy eating habits for low-income children is cheap relatively to other investment, and it's not a cost, it's an investment in the health and in the future. The universal programs, as we have seen in our studies, ensure that all children in school are covered, which is important. Targeting in theory can reduce cost as compared with a universal provision, but in practice it's not easy. There are many challenges linked to means-tested-based criteria, defining them, reaching out the right targeting children, the risk of stigmatization, as I said, and the burden for parents, and also the shame to admit that they need to apply for the scheme. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Anne-Catherine. That's so much good information, and I'm sure I'm personally going to go look at that report afterwards, because it ties very much, I think, in terms of framing this very much as an investment, because a lot of these things more than pay for themselves many times over. I know we're running a little bit tight on time, so and also we have some time constraints for one of our panel members. So I'm going to go to Andrea and just actually. So we've been talking about big picture policies, right? But we also know that when it comes down to something like a school meals program, as Anne-Catherine was just talking about, this is very much happening where children live, right? It's a very localized experience, and it very much hinges on successful local delivery. So would love to hear a bit from you about what sort of local authorities can do to specifically sort of increase children's access, and how a city is able to do this type of work. Tell us a little bit about what Milan is up to. So.
Thank you very much, and muchas gracias por la invitación. It's incredible to be here with all of you. Yeah, cities can play a big role in this process. The majority of you are representing member states, so I have a different perspective from you, but I think that all together we can achieve a lot of results together. The city of Milan, during the World Expo in 2015, hosted a moment with different mayors, were about 100 of mayors, that signed the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. That is the first ever international agreement, voluntary agreement among mayors to work on food policy in different points of view. Now we are in 270 cities all around the world, and together we are working on school canteens, urban agriculture, food poverty, food aid, short supply chains, food waste prevention. So different topics that are working on food. But in certain time, in certain way, is a new competence for local authorities, because all of us are working in silos, so there are different departments that are working on food, but without an holistic perception in the local authorities. So last year we started a very important relation with the World Food Programme and with School Meal Coalition that was presented before in the first panel. And here you can see the different countries that are part of the School Meal Coalition. So national countries that are committed to work on the school meals, and you can see the different dots, the small dots that are the cities that are part of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. The big black dots are the cities that are managing school canteens, school feeding programs. So you can see how in the different countries that are working on these issues, there are also cities active on the same page. And the incredible opportunity of the European Child Guarantee is to focus the attention exactly on the topic of school meals against the child poverty. We think that together we can achieve a lot of results, and also focusing two different actions on child poverty. Because in the cities there are a huge energy of civil society organizations that are working on food aid, and the cities are supporting them in working on these issues by financing them, by providing them infrastructure and so on. And then there are school meals that are a public services managed directly from municipalities. So the child guarantee speaks to these two big silos of actors, and we think that as municipality we can try to reconnect the actors that are working on child poverty and we as municipality that are providing public school meals. And Child Guarantee try to work on these issues. Before was presented the study on the European provision on school meals, and we try also to take the same approach, so to exploit the feasibility study that European Commission published in 2021, also to see what are doing our cities. So there are cities in which there are universal free meals. Last year, you know that the City of London launched this very important commitment to have all around the School of London the universal free meals. There are some cities that are targeting free meals, some cities in which there are subsidized meals, and some that are mixing between these two different approaches. We think that together we can try to work on this page, try to see how we can invest more resources on this. Because if we are investing on school meals, we can achieve a lot of results. Here are some examples of our city, the city of Milan. We are providing since 123 years these public services to our citizens, and on a total of 77,000 of meals that we are preparing each day for 77,000 of children. 40,000 of them are in family needs, and for 4,000 there are free meals. There is also inside the Child Guarantee a topic, a line on consider also the inclusivity for children with specific dietary needs. And we are providing 24 different options, 24 from dietary, 5 from ethical menu, and there are 11,000 of meals that are preparing with these specific needs. So in one table we can convene all the kind of children with their needs eating together, and this is very important. Not all the cities are doing this kind of approach in this broader quantity of options. Are tool also for transform the habits of this child. Before was presented the school scheme of the European Commission. We have also a program to promote the fruits consumption, and after 5 years of this program of anticipating the fruits in the break inside the school, we are registered the 75% of appreciation of fruit consumption compared to the starting, which we are about the 50%. So we are trying to move the habits of our children. We need also to consider that speaking about school meals is not just provide the meals, but it means to taking care of an holistic infrastructure. The different dots are placed in the city of Milan. This is the boundary of our city, the map of our cities, and the blue dots are canteens, and the other dots with different color are other kind of infrastructure that allow us to provide the school meals. So if we are consider that speaking about school meals, also consider that we need to think about an infrastructure like a bridge. We need to reorient our investment on that. So within the School Meal Coalition, we want to work on the topic also to sharing our knowledge with the different cities of the Milan Pact and also the other network. We are working a lot with Eurocity, with ICLEI, that is here in the next panel. And here just to see that in the last 4 years we host 47 city delegations in Milan to show our experience and to work with other peer colleagues all around the world to try to reinforce the spreading of school meals. So we are supporting other cities to define master planning. We are working together in Horizons projects, in European projects, in spreading the topic of school meals, and so together we can do the difference.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And last but definitely not least, we have Andres from Save the Children in Spain. And I think what would be great to hear is a little bit about how you see the sort of bigger policies and also the sort of local implementation. What's the role in terms of both, obviously, how these school meal programs fit within the sort of broader, efforts to fight child poverty. But what are third sector organizations? What's the role of, that they can play in sort of moving this conversation forward and also sort of moving the policies forward as well?
Yeah, thank you. So, panelists, colleagues, I'm going to speak in Spanish. So it feels weird to speak English being in my own country, so I'm going to do it that way. Muchísimas gracias al gobierno.
Well, many, many thanks to the High Commissioner, to the Spanish government, and to the city of San Sebastian for welcoming us today. What is the role of the third sector in the case of school meals? Well, it can be of a different kind, because we could be suppliers of this kind of service to the extent that public authorities are not doing this at this point in time. Because, for instance, just to give you two concepts here, only 9.5% of the secondary schools offer school meal service, only 9.5%. So there are many, many things that had to be done. And only 11.2% of the boys and girls benefit from aid, school meal aid, only 11.2%, when we have 27% of boys and girls that are facing the risk of social exclusion and poverty. And it could be ourselves that should provide these services, but we shouldn't really do that. That is not our task. Because what we understand is that in member states of the European Union, and with the obligation of having a child guarantee, which is very good news, they have the financial and organizational resources that are required to respond to cover that need. And then there's another issue in which we could do something, has to do with supplementing these services. Perhaps we are not the ones that should provide this healthy and free food on a daily basis at schools, but certainly complementary services that the most vulnerable families that are facing severe poverty could need, like a breakfast at school, for instance, and which could be a relevant complement. Perhaps we could do that. Or perhaps we could deal with those populations that have been made invisible by the public authorities, like migrant children that have just arrived in our country that do not have papers and find it very difficult to receive help or services that are applied to the rest of the population. And that's where we could play a role. But I think that none of them should be the role for us to play in a country like Spain or in any other member country. But there are two things we have to do. Firstly, that is the development of innovative initiatives to provide healthy food, universal food in the member states, because we do have the agility, we do have the possibility to innovate, to present solutions for difficult problems like the absence of infrastructures. And we could try out some pilot projects in collaboration with the local authorities and with coalitions from civil society, so that we can present solutions and therefore provide robust evidence on things that could work in the provision of this basic service for children. And what we certainly do have to do, without any doubt whatsoever, is that we should point out the needs of these people that we're working with, and also describe a reality that is difficult. In Spain, we have 733,000 children in a situation of a severe material problem, and most of these children cannot eat meat or fish or their vegetable equivalents 3 times a week, as recommended by the WHO. So we have an obesity rate that is above 32% if we talk about the poorest boys and girls in our country. So we have to point out this reality and use evidence to prove it. So we have to use comparative policies, not only between regions, but also at an international level. We have to portray examples of best practices in other countries that could be useful for the authorities in our country, and we obviously have to stress public policy so that we can achieve a systemic change, so that what children really need is this. This is the main challenge for Spain in terms of implementing child guarantees. In other words, healthy food on a daily basis that is free for all children. This has to become a reality. So the continuous incidence of this happening is the responsibility of civil society.
There's a role for hearing myself in my translation. I think, yeah, there's a role for so many different actors in the sort of policy and program sort of framework here. So I recognize that we're extremely tight on time, and actually by tight on time I mean we are over time. So I'm going to wrap it up in 2 minutes, but I just, you know, we have such a good panel here that I wish we could be up here for a lot longer. So I would just like to invite any of the panelists to have, you know, sort of 30 seconds. If there's any other sort of key pieces of information that you'd really love to sort of make sure that, you know, the audience can take away here today. No pressure if you don't, but I'll invite anyone to jump in.
I think I would like to say that one, I'm very, very impressed with the child guarantee. I think that really, and eagerly awaiting. There's some implementation data which is important, but to see what happens. I think it's important. And in the U.S., what strikes me is that you're looking at a goal, a strategic plan, et cetera, to move forward. We have. You know, we have I mentioned the child tax credit, but we have the National School Lunch Program, we have the food stamp program, the SNAP program, we have WIC for women, infants, and children, the school breakfast program we have, and there's a whole variety of other programs. But it seems to me, and I would just say this as a reflection on the U.S., that it is not they're silos. There is not a strategic a plan or goal as to, well, there's a goal, but it's all of these pieces rather than a central effort. Something that you need to know about the U.S. at the moment, though, and very much different than what's happening here when I hear about the various legislatures, when I hear about the cities at the federal level in the U.S. today. I would just say that we are struggling. We are truly struggling in this effort. We have seen the president worked with the president, initiated the child tax credit. We're continuing to work to see that is made permanent on a permanent basis. It is a very big struggle to do that. Even I won't say I would do 5 years. I would do, you know, and then get to permanency. But we are looking at nutrition programs that are being severely cut back. We have, we talked about fruits and vegetables in the WIC program. That voucher, the financing for that voucher has been cut in half by the current majority in the House of Representatives. We are looking at the potential scale back of a food stamp program. We are looking at all kinds of attacks, if you will, on the nutrition programs as being provided by a federal government. And so I'm hopeful. I'm always hopeful and optimistic that we can fight back and to help make a difference. But I think that the pressure from the EU and the broader community about the need, the necessity, the urgency of focusing in on child poverty, on the issue of hunger, on the issue of meals in school, that it in fact really provide a future for children and survival for children in some instances, but for their future. So I'm asking for your assistance and your help in that effort. And I know what Save the Children does. You are headquartered in the state of Connecticut, yes, so I just know all about you. You're fabulous. So, but it's a plea. It really is. We are struggling with people who don't see the value of either federal, state, or local government being engaged in addressing the issues of hunger and addressing children and their needs and their hunger needs for the future.
Yep, I'll just give a couple seconds to anyone else. Yeah, and then we'll have to finish up. Thanks.
I'll be really quick. This is what a wonderful event. And I want to go to the subtitle, School Meals, and I'll do it in English. My apologies for that. Guaranteeing a healthy nutrition for all children in the European Union. And what I'm very happy about is the all children piece, and that while its focus is on school meals, that also includes the youngest children and people who are not yet in school. My colleague Dominic Richardson, who's over here, who was at OECD and subsequently worked with UNICEF that we did together with others, looked at spending on children by age. And when you look at low-income countries, only 7% of spending goes to the youngest kids, who are a third of the population. 7%. And even in high-income countries, including the EU, when it should be at least 33% at the most critical period of child development, it's 27%. So it's much closer. But even in the EU, youngest kids are not getting their fair share. So I'm thrilled that and hopeful on the declaration and the inclusion of the youngest kids, because how critical that is as well alongside school meals. Thank you.
Quería hacer una llamada a la coordinación.
Well, so I think that what we have to do is coordinate our policies, because this fight against hunger requires a much better approach, where the school children are the winners in our country. But this has to be supplemented by two things. First, we need to help people bring up their children, because people don't believe that children are like a social asset, and therefore there's no such thing as support for families unless you are a very, very poor family, or for children from 0 to 3 years of age. And it's essential to extend this until 18 years of age, as many countries do, where they are situations that are much better than what we have in Spain in terms of child poverty. And another thing is we have to link school meals automatically to minimum income. So those people that receive a minimum income, whether it be on a regional or national basis, automatically they should receive help for school meals. And this is not happening nowadays. And what that means is that there's a very significant loss. So these two things are essential, apart from providing school meals, of course.
So what we discovered from the feasibility study and from the different action plans that all of us prepare for the child guarantee is that there are different contexts in different European countries. So maybe we can try to move also on the domestic dialogues, organized national dialogues among the different soul of this topic. So member states, municipalities, third sector organizations, families. There are a lot of school canteen commissions all around Europe that engage families inside this debate. So with all the different point of view, we can achieve a lot of goals, share inside each member states the different approach, and to try to figure out the solution for reinforce these issues. And starting from the different priorities that each member state declare in the action plan, I think that is the perfect starting point for achieve a lot of results.
And Catherine, yep, if just 30 seconds or less, lightning round. Thank you.
Very rapidly. I think there is really a large literature from an academic point of view showing that the benefits are larger than the cost that I have presented today, and that investment in school meals is really an investment. So I think it's good to keep in mind and to document this. When you launch new pilot, please collaborate with the academics to make sure that all the benefits of these children in terms of obesity rate, educational attendance, and so on are registered, and then can help others to implement the school meals. Many thanks.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. Just to say, I think, as a very last closing point that, coming out of the pandemic, we heard in the opening speakers that, it's just lovely to be here in a conversation where we have very forward-looking goals and policies, because obviously this is now, not a time to cut. That unfortunately we're seeing some of that in our home country, but really a time to invest, and that there is also, a real cost to our inaction. We've done a lot of studies on the costs of poverty in the US, but I know Spain has put out some really important information on that recently. The High Commissioner's Office found that, even before COVID hit, child poverty was costing Spain over $60 billion a year, over 5% of GDP annually. So, just sort of keeping in the status quo, might seem like a cost savings in the short term because you're not outlaying, something, but it's not free, right? Like child poverty is costing all of us, as a society, and it's costing obviously the children most specifically directly. And so I think, when we talk about the second panel, which is going to be great after the break, talking about the ins and outs of access to school meals, It's also just really nice to have it situated in this conversation of what we can also do in terms of the broader set of policies, how that fits very much in and is a very sort of complementary thing to the goals of the child guarantee, and also things like cash for flexible use for families. So I would just like to thank my panelists. It was wonderful. I could stay up here all day with you. Please find all of us at the break, since I probably cut people off when they had really good extra pieces of things to say. And thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to the rest of the event. Thank you.
Because we're going to take a family picture. So hold on for a second. Por favor, vamos a...
Right, we're going to bring the family picture forward, and for all of the participants in the event, I would like to ask you to please come up onto the stage so that we can take a picture before the coffee break, and then we'll go and have a coffee, okay?
Yeah. ¿Pueden subir, por favor? Ya, vamos a sacar la foto. Sí.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
No,
that the
thank you.
conversation got a
It
little
was pretty weird because I thought it was going to be actually a final.
las ponéis de aquí y tenéis Donald Bundy, Peter Lambert, PowerPoint. Donald Bundy también tiene. O sea que si queréis podéis, lo dejamos en la mesa. Donald va a estar primero, ¿no? Donald va primero, creo.
Vamos a esperar que cierren la ventana, que hay un...
Let's wait until they close the window, because there's a bit of a draft here. Okay, that's it. Done. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Now that we've taken a break for the coffee, everybody is alive and kicking now. Everybody's awake. But let's move on now to the second panel discussion for this morning, and which will discuss the impact of having access to school meals in infancy and adolescence. And the moderator is Albert Aguerons, who's from the High Commission against poverty, children's poverty, and we have some speakers here in person and others are online. So go ahead, Albert. Thank you very much, Aisper, and many thanks to everybody. It's a great honor to be able to moderate this panel with these great speakers. So let's get started. If this morning we've already spoken about the role that is played by school meals in an extensive network of policies in the fight against children's poverty. Now what we're going to be doing is focusing only on the role that is played by school meals and especially their impact. And I would like to underscore how important research can be in this case, as through the consortium that now Professor Bundy will be talking about, the importance that research has to implement efficient policies. And we're going to be talking a little bit too about the impact of some of the research work that is being carried out by Sarah and Peter. And very quickly, I'd like to introduce these speakers. We have two speakers that are going to be participating online on this panel, and their names are Amalia and Peter. And I think that both of you are connected. I've been told that yes, great. So firstly, we have Donald Bundy, who's a professor and director of the research consortium of in the area of school meals. He's a professor of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, one of the most outstanding organizations from the point of view of epidemiology in Europe. We also have Amalia Ochoa, who's the director of the Sustainable Food Systems in Europe, and she's connected online. So you can see this lady on screen. Thank you very much, Amalia. And Amalia was supposed to be here today, but unfortunately she had a problem with the logistics of her train and her flight, and she couldn't make it, but thank you very much for making the effort of connecting. We also have the Professor of Economy from Lund University, Peter Lundborg, who studied the effects of school meals in the long term at an adult age, and this is a very interesting take that he's going to be talking about, and which is in line with the idea of what we mentioned this morning of social investments, and what role is played by this investment throughout your life, and what impact does it have in your adult stage. So it's something that's going to be discussed on this panel. And then we have the Professor of Economy from the University of Girona, Sara Ayon, who's leading a team of researchers. Part of her team is represented here, and they're going to be talking about the causal impact of the grant scheme in the city of Barcelona, and they're going to be explaining the research and what has to be done to improve research in Spain. And we also have the Director General of Educo. Many thanks for being here today, and many thanks for coming along with company so that we can hold the infancy panel. And she's going to be talking about the role played by the third sector and the role played by Educo in the case of grants. Okay, well, let's start. We are running out of time. We're late, but we're starting off with Donald Bundy, Professor Donald Bundy. I would like to ask you, Donald, could you please describe what these consortiums for health are all about, for school health and nutrition? And you have a privileged position because you're leading a research group, an international research group on school meals. Could you please tell us what is it that the investigation shows? Are these profitable investments? What do we know about their impact? Because I know that that's a very extensive issue, but what do we know about the impact that this is having, and how can we get this policy to have a greater impact? And what do we need to discover in Europe, which is what we are trying to do in Europe right now? So thank you very much.
Opportunity to speak. I was delighted when Ernesto invited me to come here and join this meeting, but I have to say I've been completely floored by the quality of the work here. You really have brought together an incredibly strong team, a group of people who I don't think have come together before. I think this is the beginning of something really, really big, and I think you really should take some real credit for that. I go to lots of meetings of this kind, and I've never seen one with this kind of depth of knowledge. So I really feel we're at the beginning of something that will matter. As you kindly said, I'm from the research consortium of the School Meals Coalition. So our work is concerned with the 95 countries that are committed to that program. So that's something like 60% of the world's school meals. It's therefore a majority, but we should always remember that the majority of school meals in the world are actually supplied not by rich countries like those in what we might call rich countries, those in the EU. In fact, the majority of meals are supplied by middle-income countries. And I want to try and give a bit of sense of that perspective. I think one thing I should mention is we all are joining this discussion at different phases. Some of us have been in from the beginning. Some of you, rather, have been in from the beginning. Some of us are coming in now. And I think there's a certain amount of sharing and catching up we need to do to help us all understand our positions in this. You know, we've talked a lot about the COVID, the arrival of COVID, which undoubtedly gave a huge momentum to the issue we're discussing. But let's also remember that in January 2020, the world was already surprised at the extraordinary growth in school meals programs over the previous decade. In fact, it's the 2008 financial crisis that really caused a sudden surge in global interest in this issue because of the value of school meals as a social protection measure. People started to realize, rich and poor countries alike, that school meals had a very important role in social justice. So in January 2020, 388 million children, that's 1 in 2 of the world's primary school children, were being fed through school meals programs. It was the largest safety net, the most extensive safety net for children in the world. That's the World Bank's analysis. It remains the largest. So this was already a very successful program at that point. So it was remarkable when in April, just 2 months later, all of the schools in the world, except for a few countries, Sweden of course being a particular exception, were closed. For the first time in human history, all the schools were closed. 1.5 billion children were suddenly out of school. And what happened next is what's caused the momentum we see now. Because not only was there the worst education crisis the world has ever had, and that crisis continues. Even in our high-income countries in the European Union, we still feel that legacy. That remains a problem. It remains a problem of mental health for school children, also for absenteeism and non-enrollment by children. So it remains a problem. If it's a problem here, believe me, it's an even bigger problem in many other countries in the world. But it wasn't just the education, it was also the sociological consequences of children no longer being in school, of girls being no longer schoolgirls, but becoming wives or becoming mothers, of boys becoming workers, all of dropping out of schools, and dropping out of schools permanently in many cases. And why that's important is it's that sociological consequence that drove many heads of state to say the most important thing we are going to do after COVID is to reopen the schools and really focus on making the schools more effective in supporting the next generation of children. And last year, when we did a survey with the World Food Programme of the global status of school meals, you can see more than 30, not only had there been a bounce back, but more than 30 million more children were being reached. And those numbers are just going up. So it's a real sea change. The world has changed as a result of the COVID picture. I throw this in just to say, this is the research consortium structure. We had a great presentation from the World Food Programme about this earlier on, but it's the School Meals Coalition, the 95 countries at the top. We have this small coordinating group, a secretariat, and it's these communities of practice that I'm hoping many of you will choose to be part of, that many of you will choose to join these and help create a truly global think tank around these crucial issues. I can say from the Research Consortium point of view, we want to support everything we've heard this morning in this. We want to work with you closely. We want to get new leaders brought into this picture and work together on this. This is a fantastic opportunity for us to share and grow together. I want to remind us also that the tasks we're setting ourselves are not the same in all parts of the world. This is a demographic picture. On the left, we have a picture that's essentially the picture of in sub-Saharan Africa. On the right, it's the picture in the US and the UK. The green box shows school children and adolescents. And you can see, as a proportion of the population in sub-Saharan Africa, it's a massive proportion, nearly half of the population in that box. That's the future of Africa. That's the way that governments think about their investment. On the right, that's the investment in Europe and the US. That's also the future of those countries, but you can see it's a much smaller population. Investing in that population is key to our future prosperity. Let's also remember that we will become indebted to those young people, that is the group that will be the future for our nations. I think it's an important point in thinking about why we invest and that this isn't just about an investment. I want to remind us also that we're not, and I'm not apologizing for being a bit geeky and showing you some biology here. Let us remember that what we're trying to do is we're trying to help young people grow up and become successful adults and realize their full potential in life. That's what we're trying to do. And what we need to do, some of the literature you'll read suggests we need to invest only in the first 1,000 days of life. It's very important to realize we need to do that. We need to get off to the right start, but we need to sustain that investment throughout. The period that we're showing on the figures here is the first 20 or more years of life, during the whole phase of physical development and, of course, the key phase for education. And this is a figure I always rather enjoy from my own point of view, because it just makes the point so clearly. This is looking at the energy expenditure of a whole body from age 0 through to the 90s. And I want to show you that from the age which we think of now as adulthood, which is somewhere around 25, 27, 28, from that period, pretty well through into the 60s and 70s, that energy expenditure remains pretty well level. That's our adult phase. That's the human capital that economists talk about. That's the population that contributes to the wealth of our nations. And you can see that under 20, there's always a much higher energy demand. This is a group, we've failed to recognize this adequately before. We invest in very early, but we don't invest enough in our school children and adolescents in terms of their health and well-being. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to spread our investment not only right at the beginning, but right through into the 20s, right through the period when we're educating our children. And this is just a way of showing the same picture. Yes, we need to invest in the first 1,000 days. That's absolutely crucial. But yes, we need to invest in the next 7,000 days if we're going to secure the gains of that early investment and ensure that support during vulnerable phases, like puberty, as we grow older. And I'm just going to quickly flip through these things to make a specific point to you. The return on that investment is very broad. Here, this is simply a comparison. It's the latest measure of education outcomes, learning adjusted years of schooling. And it's comparing lots of education interventions with just looking after the well-being of the school children. And what it says is that the well-being of the school children, the health and nutrition of the school children, is as important as the education. And you can't benefit from the education investment unless you also invest in the well-being of the child. There's lots to be talked about in these things, but I just want to make these as deliberate points. Human capital. Human capital. This is a World Bank term that's used a lot, but it has a real meaning. Here we've got a graph, gross domestic product, so the wealth of a country against the human capital index of the country. Very correlated. The European Union's up here. 70 to 80% of the wealth of our countries comes from the work of our people. At this end of the spectrum, it's only about 30 and 40% of the wealth that's generated by the people, and the wealth has to come from other sources. It's a huge difference. And what it says is two things. First, that the people at this end of the spectrum are realizing their individual potential, their chances, their opportunities in life are being answered. But equally, it's saying that that at this end of the spectrum, that's not happening, that people are not realizing their full potential, and that the community is not making the contribution it could make to society. I think this is a really important point, a really important rationale in understanding why we're investing in these, in young people as they grow up. And because I've been pointing out education and now human capital, I want to make the point that when we invest in our school meals programs, there are many sectors where we see strong returns. It's not just one. Very usually, we are only talking to the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Agriculture, but all of those benefit from that. There are many other sectors I've not mentioned, like gender and climate. These also benefit from doing the job properly. And so we can actually see very large returns on these investments, as well as from the safety net, and also on the creation of jobs. And in terms of understanding those objectives, I just wanted to go, so this is just a quick analysis of our global data on what countries say are their priorities, why they invest in school meals. At this end, we've got the high-income countries, so you can think of this as the sort of the EU end of the picture. But you can see that there's a real difference by income level in what countries think is important. So pretty well all countries in the low income level see investing in school meals as part of promoting education, nutrition, safety nets, and so forth. But over here at the high income end, we focus much more on the nutrition returns, and particularly we focus on the returns to obesity. I think it's very important to understand that these objectives, that there are multiple objectives, and they are different for different countries in how we think about these pictures. Finally, I just wanted to highlight that we have real expertise in Europe. I wanted to highlight Finland and Sweden, both of which have very expansive programs which have been in existence for more than 70 years. We have huge experience available to us. And I also just finally wanted to mention that the role that people have talked about this, that there is a movement globally towards universal school meals, and we're seeing within Europe itself, we're seeing countries specifically Denmark, Norway, and Germany moving to school meals when they've never had school meals before. There is a real global trend, a real global change. And I've kept the United States up there because I wanted to make a particular point here that, you know, we heard fantastic contribution from our representative from Congress there. But I wanted to make the particular point that what the US has also done is it introduced this idea of a community eligibility provision, which means that if a school has more than 40% of children eligible for school meals, the whole school gets that provision. That's been transformative in the US. In states, I'm just going to say, in states like Texas, where we might not expect it, we discover that whole cities, all the schools in cities like Dallas and Houston, are in fact providing universal free school meals. I say this, that legal provisions, which we're all discussing, can be transformative, even within public policy environments where that may seem very difficult. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Professor Bundy.
Thank you very much, Professor Bundy. I think that it would be very difficult to summarize all the interesting things that you just pointed out in your presentation, but perhaps I could focus on three very relevant subjects, and that is that school meals are one of the most extensive safety nets in the world. So in other words, we're talking about a very important policy to guarantee the well-being of children at a global level. And then later, something that I really enjoyed a lot and which I think summarizes this impact. Many times we think about investing in education, but when a child hasn't eaten or doesn't feel comfortable with him or herself, cannot obtain any benefits from education. So it's very important for us to take into account the well-being of children too, so that they can learn properly. And this is something that many times we do not take into consideration, or we hardly take it into account. And the other important thing, which our professor has shared with us, is that many times we think about returns on investments that have to do with very specific things that are related to some area that are not related to education, but investing in school meals, what the consortium is trying to demonstrate is that this has multi-sectoral returns. that things that cover different sectors, and that this could have a multiplying effect, that returns are not unique and apply to only one area, but it's what about complementarity, where there can be multiplication effects as regards social transformation and change. So I think that these ideas are very interesting, and thank you very much, Professor Bandi, for your reflections. Right, now let's move on to Maria Ochoa, who's responsible for food systems. Thank you very much, Amalia. Thank you very much for joining us. Amalia and her team, they are leading another research initiative and a pilot project at the European level that is called School Food for Change. And well, this is they're working very well with Professor Bundy's consortium at an international scale. And Amalia, I think that you have a statement to make, and I think you have a declaration that you've drafted in Food for Change. Could you please explain what the project is all about and what results you expect to obtain by the end of the project? And how do you think that this could be transformed into much better policies in the European Union? Or to what extent could your work make a contribution? Please, we're running out of time, so please try to be strict regarding time. But anyway, thank you very much for being here today with us. Thank you. Can you hear me loud and clear? Yes? Well, good morning, Egunon, as they say in Basque.
To you, Albert, for the introduction, and to the High Commission Against Child Poverty and the City of San Sebastian, of course, for gathering us all here today for such an important event. I'm really honored to be part of the discussions today and in this panel, and I send my sincerest apologies for not having been able to make it to join you all in person. So I work for ICLE, Local Governments for Sustainability, and I'm just going to take a very short moment to explain what ICLE is, because I'm not sure everybody is aware that's here today. We are a network of 2,500 local and regional governments worldwide working on all kinds of urban sustainability issues, which also include food and biodiversity. I am based in our European office, which brings together some 200 local and regional government members, and these are small, medium and large cities and regions. A few of them are based in the Basque Country, such as, of course, the capital city, Vitoria-Gasteiz, who's also part of our executive board. And now when it comes to school meals, in addition to ICLE being a member of the Global School Meals Coalition, who we have heard from today, I'm very pleased about that. And I am also involved in two major ways. The first is in my own home, as I have my own school children and need to take care that they thrive at school and have enough energy to do everything. And the second is that I'm coordinating, as Albert mentioned, one of the largest EU-funded projects on school meals, food education and public procurement in Europe, and it's called School Food for Change. We are working in this project across 12 countries in Europe, with cities and regions from the east, the west, north, south and center of Europe. Like we heard from Andrea Margarini before from the city of Milan, they're one of our partner cities. In Spain, we are working with the regional government of Valencia. We're also working with Budapest and cities in Slovakia, for instance. Just very briefly, it's a very big project. We're doing a lot, but School Food for Change endeavors to inspire, assist and empower schools in Europe in providing meals that are not only innovative, climate-friendly and zero waste, but also uphold the principles of health, deliciousness and a strong reflection of local identity. Recognizing the profound impact that school food programs can have, as we've been hearing today, we believe they possess the extraordinary potential to expose students to nutritious, regional and delicious meals from a very early age. And this exposure in turn transforms students into agents of change, carrying the message of health and sustainability into their homes and into their wider communities. Our conviction lies in the comprehensive adoption of the whole school food approach by schools. And this is an intervention that's designed to promote health, well-being, education for sustainable development, and principles of sustainability and equality. This approach, when coupled with training school or canteen chefs on planetary health diets to prepare meals that are more plant-rich and have less but better meat, and innovative procurement strategies for school meals has the capacity to instigate transformative changes in community-wide food systems. So just to go back to your question now, what needs to happen? Well, from our point of view, healthy and nutritious school meals combined with food education in every school, leaving no child behind, should be a minimum standard across the EU. Now, we feel this is not left, right, green or liberal. This is just the smart thing for public health prevention and social justice for all children. We know that in the European region, according to the latest WHO report, unfortunately, 1 in 3 children aged 6 to 9 years is overweight or obese, and these figures are on the increase because until quite recently, it used to be 1 in 4 children. So it's unfortunately on the rise. We also know that only less than half, actually some 43% of children consume fresh fruit daily, and this is obviously a significant part of what constitutes a healthy diet. So the EU cannot afford fast increasing child obesity rates. We also know that having healthy school meals combined with food education is also a very popular theme or issue amongst the general public. And this is because ICLEI recently partnered with an organization called Avaz. For those who don't know Avaz, this is the largest, most powerful online activist network to run an online petition just about this. And we have collected almost 55,000 signatures until now, and we hope to collect double this amount within the next year. So cities across the EU, in particular School Food for Change partners like the cities of Milan, Copenhagen, also Tallinn and Madrid, show it is possible, and the EU Child Guarantee as Council resolution, the EU School Scheme for Fruit, Vegetables and Food Education, the EU Public Procurement Directives and the key objectives of the Farm to Fork strategy, which we heard about before, provide a very strong legal basis for moving this forward. So today we have the opportunity to set the agenda of the next host of the EU presidency, the Belgian government, and that of the new European Commission. And we really must take this issue forward. Thank you so much. Eskerrik asko.
Muchísimas gracias, Amalia, por tu...
Well, thank you very much, Amalia, for your comments. And you finished on time, so many thanks. I think that Amalia has pointed out something that is very relevant, and that is that students could become agents for change, and that this change or this investment in boys and girls could then transform families and communities as regards healthy lifestyles. So this is not something that ends at schools, and I think that this is a very interesting reflection. And I also believe that School Food for Change, you consider that education is very valuable, and that school meals are an educational factors, and education and nutrition to produce long-term changes. And then I think that in your statement you also mentioned something that I think is equally important, which has to do with the training that is required for the people that work in these spaces, both in the kitchens as well as in the dining hall itself, so that this can become an educational space, and so that and children can discover more about the global food. And then one final thing that you're also putting across through your research work and through your research statements has to do with the need to have a greater degree of coordination in procurement and distribution of food, and also in terms of the quality of food and the minimum requirements to be met by European institutions, or the coordination we need at European level for this food, or procurement that you pointed out in the distribution to school meals, and the importance of the food that is served, and how we can reach an agreement on these minimum standards according to the European legislation. Right, did I leave anything out, Amalia? But I tried to summarize what you just pointed out, in other words, the most relevant points. Okay? No, thank you very much, Albert.
I think that's a great summary. I'm happy to share our statement. Also, you may like to share it as organizers to everybody. This youth statement, we presented it at the World Food Forum in Rome just very recently, and yeah, it would be great to share it to all the attendees today. And happy to also share further materials, the website of our project, the petition we have, and so on. So, yeah.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, Amalia. Sí, vamos a...
Okay, perfect, Amalia. Right, we're going to share the statement. We're going to share it with all of you people that are here and those of you that are following us online so that you can see what the details are about School Food for Change, which is one of the biggest projects with the European funding that is working in the area of school meals. Thank you very much, Amalia. Let's move on to Peter. Peter is also with us online. Peter Lundberg is from the Department of Economy of Lund University. Thank you very much, Peter, for being with us here today. And we're very grateful for your participation. And in particular, we would like to listen to you because you are one of the only people that has been very rigorous in your work in the area of research. And you've studied the long-term impact of school meals, because Sweden is an interesting country to evaluate this because you've been using this policy for years and we can see what kind of impact you've had in your country. So perhaps you could explain the kind of long-term impact that school meals have in your research work. And then there's another thing that I wanted to ask you about too, that we wanted to share with you and with the audience here, which has to do with, is it the same impact for all children, or if children that are more vulnerable, do they benefit more? Is this homogeneous, this impact, in the different children and teenagers? Thank you very much, Professor Lundberg, and go ahead whenever you want.
Okay, so thanks a lot for the invitation. It sounds like a great, fantastic event, and I'm very sorry I can't be here. I'm sitting at Düsseldorf Airport. I'd much rather be in San Sebastian, but it didn't work out this time. So let me share some slides here. So as you say, we have been interested in looking at the long-run impact of this, we thought, very interesting thing that happened in Sweden, where it was decided a long time ago in the 40s already that there should be free and universal school lunches introduced, right? And I'm not like a school meal researcher, but we thought of this as an extremely interesting kind of social policy. And I've done a lot of research on other type of policies, educational policies, health care reforms, etc. So this fits in this kind of research, right, to see what kind of policies, interventions could improve things in the long run for kids. And this went very well, this research. Here you see the article we published in Review of Economic Studies. So it actually generated tremendous interest. I never experienced such interest for any other research I did, right? And so it was published in one of the most highly ranked journals in economics, and it's actually also in economics one of the most read articles in that journal, right? So this has been tremendous interest, and we are given speeches in Swedish Parliament a couple of times, and many people have reached out to us about this. So it's been a very interesting journey, this. So what happened in Sweden was that it was decided back in the 40s that the government would provide state subsidies basically to municipalities that introduced free universal school meals to the kids in schools. And this came from concerns at the time that kids were not getting proper nutrition, right? And fears that they were not learning enough and falling behind in comparison with other countries, but also, concerns that they were, getting too weak, the kids, even concerns about the possibility to defend Sweden if needed, right? So there was great concerns, and they came from very thorough investigations by government reports, district doctors, etc., going through in detail what kids ate when they brought the lunch packs to school, right? And the conclusion was basically that what they ate was containing almost no nutritional value at all, right? So there was this very extensive program where municipalities could apply for this kind of grants, which would cover then costs for food, preparing the food, staff training, etc. But you will only get this if the meals also fulfill very strict nutritional guidelines, right? And what is interesting is that some of these guidelines we see back in the 40s, 50s, right? They look kind of similar to some of the ones we have seen in more recent times, right? So we thought this is a really interesting opportunity to look at the long-run effects of very nutritious and kind of controlled school meals. So nutrition was the key thing, right? But also there were other things also on board here, right? So there was also an idea that this policy would increase female labor supply because, you took away some kind of responsibility for women to provide these meals, which were typically falling on the women, and also ease the economic burden on households. But that was less of a concern, right? So this was not an environment where people were poor. Sweden was a rich country during the post-war period, right? So it came from bad nutritional knowledge, basically, right? Which is interesting because it also resembles some somewhat situations today. So it was introduced gradually at the municipality level, which is great for us. So as a researcher, there's a kind of opportunity to look at this as a kind of natural experiment. So it was rolled out gradually over thousands of municipalities at this time, right? So it's covered primary schools 1 to 9. It affected every kid when it was introduced in the school. And we spent months digging in national archives in Sweden to get, information on actually when this was introduced at different places. So that was a lot of detective work. And then, when we knew where it was introduced, at what time, we could also link this to kind of Swedish Scandinavian style register data, right? So on the individual level, we can follow the kids. We knew if a kid was exposed to this program when growing up in the 50s, 60s, we can then link that to tax records, education records, health records to see in the long run, right? When they were 50, 60, if there was an impact on the labor market outcomes and human capital investments. So just very, very briefly, so the study design, when I say natural experiment, right, when we cannot run proper experiments, we can look for natural experiments. So this is, for instance, like this, where we follow one municipality. We have cohorts exposed and not exposed in one municipality before and after this was introduced. And then we have corresponding municipalities that were on very same trends in terms of the outcomes we study, but where it was not introduced yet, right? So having many of these kind of pairs where we can have comparisons within municipalities and between municipalities gives us this opportunity to look at the effect of school lunches. About the effects we get then, so we focus then on long-run outcomes, right? We want to see if this policy generated returns in terms of education and lifetime income, right? So we could actually study the average income of these kids over the entire life almost, right? From 1968 to 2011, we have individual records of their incomes and also schooling. So we see that there is a kind of dose-response relationship here, right? So here you see on the x-axis the number of years of exposure. So you could have maximum 9 years of exposure. So then you had the school meals during your entire primary school period, and some have 0, 1, 2, 3. Depending on which grade you were in, right? And you see, of course, that the longer you had this exposure, which also corresponds to the younger you were when it was introduced, the larger is the effect, right? And schooling returns, this is years of schooling, but we also see effects on other educational outcomes. And this translates into pretty large effect, we would say, on lifetime income, right? So full exposure to this program generated about 3% higher lifetime earnings, which is, a pretty large effect, I would say. And we could attribute more or less half of this to the kind of human capital improvements that we saw from this. So about the mechanism, we also linked up this kind of these children to height measures taken at the military enlistment for males and at the the birth register for females, right, where we have height records as well. And we can see also that there's a dose-response relationship here. So the more exposure you had to this program, the taller you got, right? And this is in centimeters here on the y-axis. So you also asked about the differential impact that this might have had, right? So the main concern when it was introduced, this program, was towards the poor families, right, where it was believed that nutritional knowledge was worst. So that was in focus. And indeed, what we see, right, when we split the sample across household income, right, we can think about 4 groups here. The lowest, 25% of the income distribution here, parental income distribution. We see actually very clear patterns here where the poorest household, there is a 6% earnings return to school lunch exposure. That is 9 years of exposure, right? But interestingly, so this was a universal program. Everybody was exposed. You see, even for the richest kids here, the upper 25th, the upper quartile here, you see earning gains of 2%, right? So everybody gained from this program, but it had this kind of equalizing effect since the poorest one gained the most, right? And this is just, an example of a school menu. So this was a kind of, what the government did, right? Providing very, very detailed directions about what you needed to serve to get these very nutritious meals. Of course, this looks a bit rich on calories with today's standards, perhaps, right? But this was meant then to serve the municipalities and ensure that they got these nutritional inputs that they were requiring. So we think this is a really interesting case study, right, in social interventions, and we think that this is adding hopefully to the knowledge about long-run impacts on school meals, where we thought that perhaps the evidence was not as solid when it comes to these kind of labor market returns, human capital returns, in comparison to short-run outcomes where we have some more knowledge. Right? So I think I stop there, not to talk too much. I could go on, of course, but feel free to ask more comments or questions about this.
Gracias, Professor Lundborg.
Thank you very much, Professor Lundborg. We are absolutely fascinated by your research and by the research that is being carried out by your team, and we enjoyed it very much because this shows what we're talking about in investments, and I think that you have showcased this with some very good data, with administrative data, as you've pointed out, and that, well, this means that in the end there's a 3% increase in terms of the income throughout your lifespan. So that means that there couldn't be a bigger return than this in monetary terms. So I think that this has been explained beautifully. And then there's another thing which has to do with the rate of return is different between children. And I think that's another very interesting idea, because although the program is universal, and although we implement universal programs like the one you have in Sweden, the impact, as Professor Lundborg just pointed out, the impact was double for the children in the first quartile of income. So even though it's a universal program, the impacts are not homogeneous, and it's important for us to take this into account, and I think that this is shown by your research. And finally, the importance of maintaining investments over the years, because you said that the time of exposure to the program or your participation in the program is a key element for returns. The longer your participation, the bigger the return will be. And this is a subject we've been talking about here. And there's another thing that Amalia mentioned before. She spoke about the need to have minimum standards for the procurement of food and for distribution to schools, but also, as Professor Lundborg said, if there's no quality, there's no impact. And if there's no quality, there's no impact at school meals. And there's an interesting thing you pointed out, which has to do with how important it is to plan the menu. This has to be done by experts so that we can meet all of the nutritional requirements of a school meal. Thank you very much, Peter, because I think that you were very illustrative in your presentation, and you've really helped us have a better understanding of the long-term effects too. Thank you. Okay, let's try to stay on time, because we are rather tight on that front, I'm afraid. And let's move on to Professor Sara Ayon, who's a professor of economy from the University of Girona, and who, as I say, is leading a research program on school meals and their impact in the city of Barcelona. Thank you very much, Sara, for being here with us today, and whenever you want, go ahead. Oh, yes, sorry. Well, yes, I had some questions and I forgot about them completely. Well, as we mentioned previously, I knew that this was going to be asked, but why did you decide to research this in Spain, which I think that you're one of the pioneers? Well, no, it's not that I think. I know that you are a pioneer in our country. So what are the goals of your research work? And perhaps you could talk about this. And what we're very interested in is seeing where we stand in Spain as regards implementing similar projects to the one mentioned by Professor Lundborg, so that we can properly evaluate the impact this has on children, and what kind of research needs do we have to meet in our country. Thank you.
As a poverty scholar, I'm always looking for policies to evaluate that can have a strong and permanent impact on children. So somehow we always have the radar on. And I started to work on school meals programs after I received the email from my child's school, where we're telling to all parents that now it's the time to apply for the school meal subsidies. So then I started to look, okay, how does this work and how much we know about this? And I very quickly learned that we don't know enough. And then started a project that I will be having for some years now, and I decided that I wanted to spend part of my career working on school meals. So what do we want to do in our project? Well, we want to establish the causal effect of the school meal subsidies program in Barcelona, and we want to study the causal impact on 3 dimensions. Education, of course, but also subjective well-being. We want to know also how school meals are being a participant in the school meal program changes the happiness of children or how well they feel in school. And also we want to, if they allow us, when we get the data, we also want to look at the health outcomes. And a way to focus on Barcelona, well, first of all, because there's 240,000 children in Barcelona, so that's a very good reason, I believe. There's some of them here today, and they will tell us some things. And they live in a very different 10 districts. So here on the right-hand side, there is a map of Barcelona, and it's 10 districts. And, you know, behind all the touristic scene of beautiful Barcelona, there is a lot of need. There is a lot of vulnerable families. So, for example, in two of the districts of Barcelona, more than 50% of the children, school-age children, receive the subsidies, while in other parts of the city, this percentage doesn't even reach 5%. So there's a really big inequalities in the city, and I believe that makes it a very interesting case. Other features of the program in Barcelona is that it is means-tested, so that means that basically it's decided depending on family income. The second feature that is interesting is that there is what we would call two treatments. So some children receive 70% of the price of the meal, while other children receive 100% of the price of the meal, which means that for some families, they have to complement that 30% that's missing, and instead for some other families, the children can eat for free every day in the school. So that creates some kind of a treatment intensity that is also very interesting from a point of view of a researcher. And then another important feature, of course, is that the subsidies are paid directly to the schools. So they are not received by the parents, which would be a danger in our setting, because we don't know if parents would receive the money, whether they would invest it in school meals or not. But in this case, the subsidies are paid directly to the schools. So this is a very important feature for us in terms of research. And we are working on it. This has been funded by the Fundació La Caixa. We've been doing some work on this for the last half a year. We have some preliminary findings. For example, we start to observe that because the one interesting thing we can do with this setting is to compare children that they get the subsidy against children that they don't get the subsidy by a few amount of money. So our hypotheses are that children that are around the eligibility threshold, they are very similar. And then some get the subsidy and some don't get the subsidy. So what we do is to compare these children that are very similar in characteristics, but some happen to have the subsidy and others don't have it. So that allows us a comparison, and it also helps us to determine this causal effect. Okay, so some preliminary findings. We're still working on this, but we're starting to find some robust funding about Catalan language. So children that get the subsidy do better in Catalan exams than children that do not get the subsidy. And we are working with the hypothesis that probably, you know, during the school meal time, all different children are interacting perhaps more with Catalan children, so this way, you know, they talk, and perhaps this way they can improve their Catalan language grades. And then one other important thing that Albert asked me to reflect about was what are the main difficulties that the researcher finds when trying to work on school meals. And I tried to think only of 3, but probably there's more. And the first one is access to data, and that is particularly the case in Spain. I've been chasing this data for 3 years. And, you know, I'm very perseverant, but, you know, it requires a certain amount of stubbornness. So really, it's really difficult to access the data, and particularly a data that links the school meals participation with children outcomes. So that is the main hurdle that that we have found as a researcher. Also, I think as a researcher, it's our responsibility to try to really tease out the causal effect of programs. So we need to find programs that allow us the computation of this causal effect. Similar to what Peter has been telling us, the way they've done it, they really allows them to talk about the causal effect of the program. So we need to be open-minded. We need to learn about different programs and different places to work on that. And then the third hurdle, in my opinion, is research funding. Sometimes data needs to be purchased, so we need money for that. As a principal investigator, I also have the responsibility to secure a fair salary for my juniors. So, we need research funding to be able to do all this. And I have been experiencing that one of the important difficulties is when you are trying to collect experimental data, for example, running a randomized control trial. I found that there is still the need to change the culture, the research culture, in order to be able to collect experimental data. I can understand that experimental programs cost a lot of money, but they are probably the future. We need to test things before we implement them in a region or in a nation, and I think that is the way to go. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, profesora Ayllón, por...
Thank you very much, Professor Ayllón, for your presentation. I think it's very clear that to make effective policies, we need leading high-quality research. First of all, in order to see whether it has an impact or how it can have an impact through school meals policy, and it has to go in parallel, as we've seen on this panel with the consortium and now with the work that's being done by the team inherited by Professor Ayllón at Girona University. And finally, we'll move on to Pilar Orenes, sorry. I'll ask you also to be brief, although we're running quite late. But I'd like to ask you why it's important to guarantee the participation of children. But I've seen that they've coming to the room. They're at the back there, the boys and girls that are joining us. I'd like to ask you from the point of view of Educo, and as we heard this morning from Save the Children, what have you contributed from Educo? You've been working with school meals for a long time in Spain. Very good. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for generating this space to hold a discussion with various actors. And it's a challenge at this point to try to add something, because a lot has already been said. And I don't want to speak too long, because the intervention of the children is going to be important. At Educo, as a civil society organization that has a clear mission, which is assuring the rights of children to reduce poverty. And there's a clear conviction that education puts an end to that poverty cycle, and this takes us to school meals. And this puts us in the scenario of understanding school meals as an educational space, a space where we want to ensure that right to education. And this may sound like a headline, but there's a lot of strength behind it, because it's a demand for children's rights. And as an organization, we've been providing school meals aid for 10 years. And this means that these are the figures. This has meant over 4.3 million meals, 52,000 grants, and we've done this because the grants in Spain don't reach the children that need them. And as an organization, we use people's solidarity to put an end to the situation. We are forced to work in the short term, the medium term and the long term. But we quickly understood that the solution doesn't consist in just providing the grants. through the knowledge we picked up through the grants, we also pick up knowledge to school meals. What kind of school meals do we need to guarantee that right to education? So for us, it's very important to understand school meals as a place for educational equity. And the third part of our job is closely related to what we've heard on this panel, which is research. It's providing data on the context we live in, because Educo, why does it have to provide grants? What is the situation of school meals in Spain, and what are the different roles? So those three pillars of providing grants, working on educational spaces, and producing research is what has produced our narrative and our story on why we believe school meals are key for education. Many figures have been given already as to how many children are at risk of exclusion in Spain, and the amount of grants we provide. And there's a gap, a very clear gap. But not only is there a gap in the number of grants, there's a gap in the number of school meals. There are many schools in our country that don't have dining rooms, and that's the first step. And then sometimes there are dining rooms, but there are not enough places for the children. This is another challenge. Why don't families go? Well, for many reasons, but the cost, this also has to be brought up. We're talking about a school meal cost of approximately €5 on average, which is a lot for a lot of families in this country. And these are research figures, they're figures resulting from the analyses, and one of the conclusions, no, not conclusions, one of the realities we found at Educo is that in this country, this decentralized Spain, in the end, the competencies depend on the autonomous regions. And here we've listened to spaces that talk about that municipal responsibility. But we need an agreement for the country. We need the will to, if not harmonize, at least promote some minimum access, and access shouldn't depend on where you're born. And we've spoken a lot about school meals, healthy food, and school meals as a guarantee to fight against obesity. And school dining rooms are a place for coexistence. It's many hours a week that children spend in dining rooms. Children eat in the dining room, but during midday children play. Children speak to children of different ages. Conflicts are resolved. It's an educational space, because we believe not only in the education given in the classroom, but during the entire life of the children. And children that don't go to that space are at a disadvantage compared to the rest. That's why we want a universal and free dining room, because it's true that the school dining room is a tool to reduce poverty, but it's not a space for the poorer children. It's a space for all children, for all boys and girls. And we have to avoid somebody having to justify why they need access to the dining room. And we heard this morning about stigmatization. And to propose another space which for us is key in that relational well-being, in that family balance. And it's important to create the opportunity. Parents, children can decide not to have school meals, but they have a right to have access to the school dining room. That's a right. And in reply to your question, one of the research activities we've carried out is related to the grants, to the aid we provide. And it's not important just enough to have enough money to guarantee the aid, but the aid has to respond to the needs of the most vulnerable families. And this is not the case. The aid provided in our country doesn't always reach the most vulnerable families. Why? Because sometimes it's not said that this is a subjective right, and that aid, that grant, should be guaranteed to all those that meet the requirements, and not just depending on the budget. If I meet the requirements, I should have access to it. And also because depending on the autonomous region or municipality, the poverty threshold is established, and we should all work equally in Europe according to our quality of life survey, because grants should be 100% and not partial grants, because this is what provides the guarantee of the child being able to have access, and it should be simple, easy, clear. We put an administrative burden on the subjects that sometimes don't gain access to the grant because they don't know how, and this is also part of what we're putting on the table, and I think that that's enough for the time being, and now we can talk about children participation. Thank you very much, Pilar. And to conclude, I would just like to summarize a couple of points that I thought were very interesting, Pilar, that we discussed earlier, and that is that school dining rooms are more than for just eating. It's an educational space, and we call it a midday space, where apart from eating, children live together, they learn to socialize, to be in a protected space with teachers and monitors with the suitable training to be able to turn this space into an education space. And this, in the review of the sustainable goals, the school meals or school dining rooms were considered to be a fundamental parameter in children's education. And with this we close the panel, and now invite Esper. Thank you very much. Yes, I'd like to ask the speakers in the next session to come here to get mic'd up. Please take a seat as chair of the last session. It's the last session and the most interesting, the most lively, and the most promising, especially because of the participants. Because we have major experts. This morning we've had major experts, but these experts now are the children themselves, the boys and girls. During coffee, I was asking one of them, what are things like at school in the dining room? This thing that Pilar was saying. What Pilar was saying about an education space. But an education space, apart from being an education space, it's an education space in values. And I think that this should be highlighted. When we were talking to them during the coffee break while they were having chocolate, we were asking about who's in charge of clearing up. And they said, well, at Welsh School, we tidy up the glasses, but there are kids that just leave them lying there. And I said, oh, that's not possible. And they said, oh, yes, it is. And don't you tidy up the dishes after you have lunch? And they said, oh, we do, but there are some kids that don't, right? Well, we're going to talk about that too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pilar. Are we all set up? Hello. Well, thank you very much. This is the last session at this meeting this morning, and I'm going to introduce the participants, and I'm going to start over there with Sebas. Sebas is almost 10. He'll be 10 in a month's time. He's very fond of sushi, and what he's best at cooking is macaroni and cheese, and he says that he likes to eat so much that he's a quicker eater than Flash. And Sebas, you wanted to say something to the audience, didn't you, before we begin? Yes. Very good. Next, Ivana is 10 and a half. Her favorite food is salmon sushi, She loves to cook with her family on weekends. And what she's best at is dancing, and according to her, she's very flexible. Is that right? Then we have Theo in the center. Theo is 10. His favorite food is guictese. And what he's best at is maths. He loves them. When he grows up, he'd like to produce video games. And Theo tells us that he's always hungry. You're hungry now too? Yes, I'm hungry. Well, not long to wait now. And next to me is Maya. Maya is 9.5. She loves Sasha pie and cod croquets. The desserts she is best at are chocolate cookies. And what she's best at is writing, especially poems. And there's something she wanted you to know. Maya was born on the 12th of month 7 at 7:12 a.m. Did I say that right? Right. Well, now we're going to have time to have a conversation in front of the participants at this event, because we've been talking about school meals all morning, and it turns out that most people here haven't had a school meal for a long time. So this is the first thing I'd like to ask you about. What is your school dining room like, Ivana? Well, our school dining room is a lunch space. We have 2 shifts because there's not enough room for everyone in the dining rooms. P3, P4 and P5 eat in the classroom, then 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 5th year eat the first shift, and 4th and 6th eat in the second shift. And meanwhile they're playing, and vice versa. So how long is the dining room open? It's 2 hours, but 1 hour shifts. And you do different things in different areas. Yes, and every day we have a game to play. I can't remember now, but on Monday we have 1 game, on Tuesday another one. And it's really cool because we can play, and those that don't want to play make up a game but without any material, and that's it. Theo, you wanted to say something. Yes, we do a lot of activities in the dining room, and it's a lot of fun because we do sport, but sometimes we play team games, a lot of things, a lot of playing. And you also eat. What do you eat? Tell me about the food. Usually, for first course, we often have potatoes, soup, puree, also chicken, vegetable hamburgers, and for dessert, yogurt, or for those that can't eat yogurt or don't like it because they vomit, like me for example, they take a certificate and they're given fruit. So there are alternatives. Yes, very good. And what do you like best? I love it when they make cod croquettes. Ah, that's your favorite. And who chooses the menu? We have a nutritionist. Ah, there's a nutritionist in the dining room, so that we'll have healthy food, so that we eat in moderation. We have a nutritionist. It's a lady. And something that you were telling me about as we were getting ready is how you collaborate, how you help in the school dining room. Yes, the 6th year in P3, P4 and P5 would help the teacher, because sometimes that children that stay behind and say, if you don't catch me, I'm not going to the classroom, as if the teacher didn't exist. So each day they choose some students to help the teachers of the little children. If they've picked a game, for example, and somebody got angry, they help them to solve the problem or decide what game to play. And there's something they do in 5th year now. When somebody finishes, 2 or 3 make up the beds for the little ones. The P4s don't need us to make their beds, but we do help them tidy up and that. And the P3 children, you have to make up their beds so that they can have their nap. Do you like to do that? Yes, yes. And sometimes, when the floor's dirty, some people sweep the floor. We're saying that the school dining room is important. How can you help us think about that? Do you think the school dining room is important? Yes. Why? Because it's a space that helps mums and dads. And I'll pretend to be a mum or a dad, and there was no dining room. I have to go to work. Then at lunchtime, I have to have something to eat, and then I have to go and pick up my son or daughter. And then I have to cook their meal, but I also have a meeting. And what am I going to do with my child? Yeah, it's a bit crazy, yes. And why else is it important? Well, my home isn't that close to the school. And if I couldn't have lunch at school, it would be a mess, because I'd have to go home, eat very quickly, and then rush back. And if I'm late, I have to sign. And if you go home, maybe it's more difficult to go back to school and to resume school activities. I don't always go to the dining room. Sometimes I go home because I live very near the school. But it's very boring at home because my mum always have a nap, a siesta, and nobody plays with me. So you could go home, but you prefer to have lunch at school. Yes, because at school there's a lot of different food. There's a lot of variety in the food, because what they're doing now is once a month they prepare a meal from a certain country, from China, from India, and we try it. And this is like a lesson, because they teach you to respect other people, to respect your monitors. They also teach you what's healthy and what isn't. You also learn games, proper posture when you're eating, or the right way of eating. It's fundamental, let's say. Very good. So you think that you learn in the school dining room. And do you have friends that don't go to the school dining room? Yes, we have friends that can't because their parents are religious, or they don't have any money and can't pay for it. I'm not very sure, but we also have other activities like playing chess or reading Arabic. And some people don't come to those activities because they can't stay for a school meal. Well, they should try it first. They can try it, and if they don't like it, they don't have to stay. But if they like it, they can. That's important, isn't it? To at least have the chance to try. There are a lot of other things, but I'll use as an example because it's what happens most often. There are children that say, I don't plan to go to the dining room, but I think that they're Arabs, or because of their religion they don't eat meat, and they don't know that when there's a burger it's a vegetable burger. In other words, they're not made to eat what they can't eat because of their religion. Or I imagine somebody has a group in the dining room, and I'm making this up, but they say that those that are halal and can't eat meat because of their religion, we'll give them a vegetable burger or whatever they can eat. But since they haven't read it or hadn't heard about it, they don't know. So they should be given more information, because there are options for different cultures, but often they don't know about it. It's very important for them all to try, because if they try, they'll know what the dining room is like. Because there are some kids that have never gone to the dining room, but they would have a lot of fun. And you sometimes tell us about difficult situations are resolved in the dining room. How is that done? Well, very often when people get angry, I'll make it up. Dale and Sebas have got angry at each other, and they can go to a corner and talk. And if they can't fix it, they tell the teacher, the monitor, or somebody else to help them solve it. As we said earlier, this also helps them learn how to sort out their problems, because the teachers can't watch over them all the time if they're going to spend the whole time talking in the playground, because there's a lot of children for the teacher. So if somebody falls over and gets hurt, the teacher may not know, because the teacher's working with those two that have got angry at each other. So she spends some time with them and then goes away. That way they learn to solve their own problems. And something Pilar also said, you learn in the classroom, but also in the dining room. Oh, you listened to me before. Oh, that's good. And something else we've heard in schools about waste. How do you work on that? Food waste. Leftovers. I don't know about that. Usually when there's soup, they have a sort of little pot, and people that don't want more soup leave it there, and I suppose they reuse it, or I don't know. I'm making it up. Maybe the teachers eat it. Maybe. But I suppose they put it there because one day I saw that they didn't throw it away. It went to the kitchen, and I don't know what they did with it. It disappeared, but it didn't go into the rubbish. Didn't go into the rubbish. That's the important thing. And in order not to waste, You ask, can I have seconds? And they come to serve you your seconds, and they say, I'll give you a little bit first, and if you want some more, you can ask for more. The teachers and the monitors ask, are you sure you're going to eat it all? Absolutely sure. Or you say, well, better if you give me half, and we'll see later on.
Solo una vez.
Only once. If there's something that's very tasty and lovely. Well, this is what Maya said too before, and it's cool. But in the world, there are 1,700 schools where there's no dining room. In Spain. No, only in Spain, not the world. No. No, you've remember that now, don't you? Yes, that's terrible, isn't it? But that's the dining hall is very important. It's absolutely necessary. So what would you say then? So we're here today to explain, I don't know what, well, to explain that. And as it's cool to go to a dining hall and to taste the food there, to try the food there, it would be great if all the kids would at least have the possibility of going to a dining hall once in their life. Or that it would be easier to get them grants or to make it free of charge, directly free of charge. Yes, there should be dining halls in all of the schools, everywhere. And also that this should be gratis, it should be free of charge. Because perhaps, well, there could be dining halls in all schools, but if you pay, well, if you have to pay, well, for instance, you have to pay for those kids that don't have money, whose family don't have any money and cannot afford to pay for lunch. And sometimes it's easier for you to eat at home, but in any case, it's a free space. I don't know how much the dining hall costs or how much a meal costs, but if it's a lot of money, well, they should at least reduce the price or give more grants or more subsidies. Because somebody told me once that the scholarship, a grant application was sent because they couldn't go to the dining hall, and it's rumor has it that it was rejected, that the request rejected. Okay, we're going to close, we're going to finish here because I think that you've delivered some very powerful messages, but is there anything else? Because, well, you said that there has to be dining halls for everybody or school meals for everybody, and one of you said that if they're free that would make things even better. So it's your turn now to talk about school meals. Yes, anything else you would like to say? First you. First, Sebastian. Well, shifts, this is something that Maya knows a lot, but we in 5th year, we have lunch in the first shift. What about you, Ivana? One final message for the audience. Well, what I wanted to say, well, what Sebas was saying, I agree, and that, well, 5th year, there's a first shift, and then we have 4th and 6th, where we have lunch, but it's the second shift. So there are people that don't even clean the tables. And last year we also had the second shift for lunch because we're in 4th grade and we found horrible things on the tables. Okay, well, there has to be a collective commitment too to keep the space tidy and clean. And Theo, one final message from you, please. Well, dining halls are very important, and all schools need to have dining rooms. And this they should be free of charge, because if not, because if we don't do that, what have we come to San Sebastian for if we don't manage to get free dining halls? Yes, here, I agree with that. Good point. Okay, what about you, Maya? One final message from you? Well, this is not a message. This is just something that I wanted to point out that I didn't mention previously. This year, we are doing something. When it's a Friday, we put the chairs on the tables so that when the cleaning ladies come along, or the cleaning men come along, so that it can be easier, so that they don't have to spend most of the time putting chairs up on the tables, so that they can find everything tidied up to make their work easier and quicker too. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done, fellas. Well, this is a very hefty round of applause that you deserve. Thank you very much for coming here and for talking about your experience. Thank you for inviting us too. Let's go and have lunch. Okay, well, thank you all very much. Thank you to the moderator, Iwaya, Maya, Sebastian, Valeo. Off you go, off the stage, please. Okay, well, thank you very much for reminding us in the first person singular how important these systems are. So we're now coming to the end, because now we will give the floor to the closing session, and it's going to be a presentation through a video given by Maria Luis Coleiro, who's the chairperson of Eurochild. So good morning, and thank you very much, Madame Coleiro.
More than 4,000 diverse organizations on a national level, including individual experts and authorities who work with and for children across 41 European countries. We strive for a society that respects the rights of children, aiming to influence policies, facilitate mutual learning, and exchange best practice and research. In the context of Eurochild's vision, every child, regardless of their circumstances, should be ensured not just a meal, but a nourishing one. The emphasis on healthy nutrition and access to school meals for children at risk of poverty or social exclusion must be the foundation for a more equitable society. The European Child Guarantee is not just a policy. It must be a commitment to the well-being of all children. As we reflect on the importance of this guarantee at national level, the need for effective national action plans is essential. A child's right to food knows no boundaries. Healthy nutrition is the basis for a child's holistic development, growth, and well-being. It is crucial that this discussion does not happen in isolation, but such a discussion should take in consideration other instruments, such as the European Union strategy for the rights of the child, especially in thematic area 2, whereby it is committed to socio-economic inclusion, health and education. Moreover, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, in Article 24, which underlines the undeniable right of every child to enjoy the highest standard of health. This conversation should also take into consideration the whole process to ensure that all of our children are guaranteed with healthy nutrition, such as food security, family disposable income, and that all children have effective access to school. The availability of healthy nutrition to children is a fundamental right, as keeping healthy is not a privilege. Article 27 of the Convention further amplifies the responsibility of states to ensure material, assistance and support programs for healthy nutrition. When taking a good look at the European Child Guarantee, the European Union Strategy for the Rights of the Child and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, We must realize the shared responsibility and commitment that governments and authorities have in ensuring that children enjoy their right to food and healthy nutrition. Eurochild's 2023 annual report entitled Children's Rights, Political Will or Vote presents a comprehensive overview of the real commitment to children's rights across 26 European countries. It presents to us a scenario of challenges, successes, and a call to action. Let me give some examples. In Albania, for example, Eurochild members are pushing for free meals in education institutions to be part of the national agenda for the rights of the child. In Croatia, for example, our members are calling for school meals to be extended into secondary schools. In England, the increase in eligible children for free school meals is highlighted. In Germany, our members are calling for further support to families facing economic challenges. In Latvia, our members are calling for free school meals for all age groups and fully funded meals in kindergartens. In Malta, our members are calling for an adequate living wage. In Serbia, remote rural areas urgently need targeted interventions. In Slovenia, members are calling for modernizing the social security system and reducing education-related costs, such as school meals. In Sweden, childhood obesity is identified, and therefore the need to understand health issues in crafting effective policies. And in Wales, our members emphasize free school meals as a crucial service to tackle growing child poverty. On the other hand, the school holiday food grant in Northern Ireland serves as a good practice, showcasing that effective initiatives can make a tangible difference in addressing food insecurity. This report amplifies the voices of Eurochild members advocating for a Europe where every child's right to nutrition is not just acknowledged, but actively safeguarded. It is an appeal for stronger political will to act and ensures that no child is left behind. I would like to share with you some quotes from children that you can find in the Eurochild's report entitled Poverty Takes Away the Right to Childhood: Children's Perspectives of Poverty in 4 European Union member states. In this report, Eurochild presents the results of conversations with children from Malta, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Estonia on child poverty. Across all 4 countries, the Children's Most Association, when discussing the term poverty, was primarily a lack of money, followed by a lack of basic resources and necessities such as water, food, shelter, heating, and electricity. A child from Estonia said, and I quote, "Children start to worry about themselves, whether they will have enough food tomorrow, although they shouldn't worry about such problems yet." I will end up my brief contribution with a quote from a child from Malta. When asked this question, if you were in charge of your community or country, what would you do to stop poverty? And he quickly remarked, "Provide food at schools." I wish you all a very constructive conference.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Marie-Louise Coleda. I think that those were wonderful words because, above all, you have brought the words of children here to this conference. And to close, the host of the event, Ernesto Gasco, and the High Commissioner for Children Poverty, opened the meeting, and he's going to close it too. So thank you very much, Ernesto. Hello again. It's nearly good afternoon, Arratsaldeon in Basque, and nearly buenas tardes in Spanish. I was saying this at the beginning, first thing this morning, and that is that we're going to learn and that we're going to understand and that we're going to empathize too with all of the knowledge and expertise that has been explained during the presentations. And if you will allow me to, very briefly, I would like to mention some of the things that I consider are very significant that have been pointed out. And when I was appointed High Commissioner for the fight against children's poverty on behalf of the President of the government, Mr. Pedro Sanchez, one of the first problems that I also came across was related to the fact that child poverty had been made invisible in Spain. In other words, we were denying things. There were lots of people that deny many different issues. And there are lots of denialists that say that children are not in a situation of poverty, because it's true that education is universal in Spain and so is healthcare, but there are many, many other rights still lacking. And the chairperson of Eurochild said, and I would like to thank the EU representatives for, well, I couldn't do so this morning, but thank you very much for the significant steps that have been taken. And it's so important that it means that Spain, that is one of the first companies ever to present this European Child Guarantee Plan, the new government will have to focus on this issue, and they're going to have to spend 1.5 billion euros in 15 years. We can't change things unless you have public resources to modify situations. So therefore there's lots to be done. But I said this in the morning, we have to do this for our boys and girls, and we need to have universal and free dining halls, and with kitchens if possible at the schools themselves, in other words collaborative spaces, etc. So there are many things to be done. But we have to do so if we are committed to the rights of boys and girls, which what the chairperson of Eurochild said. It's no whim, and it shouldn't be related to the sensitivity of a certain government. It should be the commitment of our society. If what we say, we believe in what we say. Because if Spain as a country and if other countries have signed the rights of children, we have signed the document that details the rights of children, we UN organizations, as we've seen for food and from Geneva and children, well, these are things that we have to fulfill. And we also have to defend the rights of boys and girls, of children, and we have to guarantee a reasonable and equalitarian life for them until they turn 18. And this is what I said on day one, and I'm still saying this now. Education is the fundamental base to achieve this situation, because in Spain, and I'm going to be very quick, many things remain to be done. We have Pilar, and we are perfectly aware of the challenges, or as the professor from the University of Girona said, firstly we have to improve research and knowledge and diagnostics so that we can improve everything. But we've taken some very significant steps in these 4 years, and grants, university and school grants, have been multiplied by more than 2 in recent years. So that means that school dropouts have been reduced in Spain by 30%. And above all, in the quartile of children from households with less income. And they've made the most of this opportunity. And as our North American colleagues have demonstrated today, that when there are resources and when you spend your resources on vulnerable people, they make proper use of them, and they know how to perform and optimize resources. So it's not just pocket money, and it's not about people being lazy, but it's a commitment that helps society at large. So these school grants, I think, are indispensable, and the grants for school meals, well, we have people from Madrid and also from the Basque Country, but the situation in Madrid is chaotic, to say the least, because, well, the president enjoys using these sentences, but the situation of school dining halls in Madrid under the control of Madame Ayuso is chaotic. It's not about freedom, it's chaos. I'd even dare say that it's completely unfair. And we could continue with many of the other measures, and this is what was said on the last panel discussion. We have to improve wages, and that is, we have to increase the minimum income, and there has to be more access for women so that they can destroy that wage gap. between men and women. So these are different measures we have to implement if we want to address the problem in all of its dimensions and in all of its characteristics. So therefore, we will continue, we will forge ahead, and in the meantime, and whilst I am the High Commissioner, I'd like to thank my team for having made it possible to organise this event. The European Union and you researchers know, and people from other organisations know that you have allies and friends here, so that our children can have their rights fully recognised in our country and in the European Union. Thank you very much, and there's still work to be done. Thank you. Well, it's now Basque, but I think that she's saying something about congratulations. She'll be saying this now in Spanish with a bit of luck. It's been an intense morning, and we've listened to what many people have spoken about, and I have an impression, and that is that we've taken a step. We've taken an active step so that we can get things done, because we've drawn conclusions, and some of the comments have been extremely interesting, that we must take into account and continue working with them. So we do have the right spirit, and I would recommend, because this morning Ernesto was opening the event saying that what a pity that it's not sunny outside. Well, although I'm from San Sebastian, I'm very glad for you to be able to enjoy this weather, these waves. I want the wind to blow in your face. And with this energy, I think that what we all have to do is enjoy this event. We have to carry on with our conversations, and so that we can get to know each other better, and so that we can set up a relationship, which is the important thing of these events. And now downstairs, lunch is being served, and where we will continue having a conversation. Thank you very much. And I have no words. I'm run out of words. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.